to make sure that you.
I won't forgot that.
I know it's been close.
Oh, that's already Chris.
Little treat.
Okay, you guys are live and set.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, so for those of you I haven't met, my name's Colin Baldacci. I'm one of the fire investigators over with the fire department there, at least for a little longer. So I am also on the side a instructor for FEMA. I teach a lot of the incident command, control, coordination courses. I've taught students from all over the world in different classes. So I have taught this class a couple different times. This class here is not made to turn you into firefighters or police officers or anything like that, but it's to focus on what is the role of elected officials during large incidents. So I brought in Mike Cavalier from Natrona County Emergency Management. He's the deputy coordinator over there. We work quite a bit together on different things, on different projects. So he's going to talk on some of the things that he can give a little bit more insight to as far as our county, how things operate and all of that. So on the operational side, I'm a liaison officer. I've worked with incident management teams across the country on different incidents, from fires to some flooding, some special events, national special security things, all of that. So I've kind of seen the different gamut on how people do things, how different areas run. When it all comes down to it, we'll kind of go over that. This is something we are mandated to do. There's a reason that we, back in the day, adopted the National Incident Management System. If you ever listen to the radio or the scanners, you hear the way that the fire department is very, no matter what fire department, we're very coordinated and structured in the way that we manage incidents, and it all comes back down to this. So this is going to give you kind of a primer on that, and then we'll kind of move into the long-term process, the different phases of incident management, and then what your role during it is. So if you have any questions, I'm keeping this pretty laid back. We'll just speak up. I prepared everything as though we were in the community center today, and then when I was talking with Janelle, she said, "Oh yeah, it'll be on YouTube and all that." And I thought, I don't think they can do that over there. So it was kind of a last minute thing to pull in the TV and get all of this set up, but we were able to pull it off. So with that being said, these are FEMA classes. FEMA is very regimented, very structured. Every unit will start with the overall unit objectives, terminal objectives, and then each enabling little thing that they want you to get through it. This class can be tough for some instructors that like to go line by line by line by line on the slides to get done in 4 hours. I'm going to kind of skip through the objectives. They want to ask like 8 different questions at the end of each thing and get to really the meat and potatoes of each unit, where we actually talk about stuff. Otherwise, we have like 6 to 8 slides at the beginning of each unit where we're sitting there talking about what we're going to talk about and all that. Plus, and you'll see in kind of the package that I printed out for you, I've done a lot, or I pulled a lot of our local ordinances, some state statutes, and then some things that really apply to us a lot more locally here. So if there's things that I'm kind of just, especially like objective slides or summary slides that I'm just skipping over, and you want to talk about it, let's do it. Otherwise, I'm going to just kind of power through those. Good news for this one, we all know each other, other than I guess Mike, but Mike, this is the Evansville Town Council.
Everybody at some point.
Yeah. Did you have to come for the EOP last year? Did you come to a meeting? So.
Not a general meeting, but a face-to-face.
Okay. So.
Here's what it is and why.
So he's been around. He's kind of one of those where you don't want to see him on a large incident, because if it reaches the level he's there, we're hitting the bigger levels. But we've known each other for a long time. We work together real well. But if emergency management's there, we're starting to hit this point where we're thinking about multi-agency coordination groups, senior officials, and all of that. So this is the overall course objective, and all of these slides, if in this document here, the big one, all of these slides are in there in kind of a note-taking fashion if you want to be going through them, anything like that, or you want to see them a little bit more up close, everything is right there for you. Basically, we're going to look at the National Incident Management System. We're going to look at all the different parts of it, and how you guys really fit into a large-scale incident. If you kind of think back, 9/11, all of that, a lot of people may have known who Rudy Giuliani was. That's really the one that put him on the map, right? He put his name out there. He went to Ground Zero. He did that left and right, was out there a lot during it, put him really on the national map. From an incident management standpoint, that is like that's a big old complexity that adds to it for all of us boots on the ground folks. So looking back at it, and even in interviews now, he looking back at it, he says, "Yeah, I added a lot of work for them, a lot of things I wish I wouldn't have done. Helped his career politically. If you throw out the last 8 years, all of that, like it put his name on the map. Incident management, being on scene, doing all of that." We see during a lot of our large incidents where elected officials want to come in, they want to see, and that is a great thing to happen. But just like anything, we want it to be coordinated. We don't just want folks showing up, whether they're elected officials, whether they're volunteer bystanders. Everything you're going to see that we do here is about command, control, and coordination. So from a basic medical call, the ambulance just went to a fall. Looked like a little old lady fell. Hurt her knee. They're on that call right now. The way that gets managed is the exact same way that a massive wildland fire, that is anything else gets managed. So that's what we're going to kind of talk about. How does that happen, and how can you guys really integrate into that? So 7 units. Some of them are a little longer. Some of them are fairly short. I got some stuff there for you. Like I said, I printed out some of our local ordinances that we'll talk about, some state statutes, and then just some other different things that might be of interest to you. I don't have the sample delegation of authority letter. We'll talk about delegation of authority, what that looks like. That's not something that typically the local level, the county level, they do have one. The local level, we don't, because most of the time an incident management team is going to come in with their own model anyway. So we'll talk about that. We'll dive into those a little bit deeper. So again, that is the end of Unit 1. You'll see just kind of how those units play into each other over and over. Sorry, I got jump back here and open up that second unit. I was having some internet issues before this, and so I had everything opened up, ready to go, and then had to do kind of a hard reset and get everything back to the beginning. So we're going to start out talking about NIMS, or the National Incident Management System. This is the overarching principle for everything that we do. Where you guys fall into it as a senior and elected officials. For us as responders, boots on the ground folks, this is the National Incident Management System is what says we do what we do. If you've ever listened to our radio, our scanner, and turned around and listened to something in a big city or anything like that, and you hear things that are very similar, it's because of NIMS, HSPD 5, and all of that we'll talk about here in a bit. So an incident, pretty self-explanatory, right? It's anything that we didn't really prepare for that occurs. Whether you are a boots on the ground responder, whether you're a senior official, we respond to and manage incidents, right? Someone, here having to get fired, that is an incident, right? A big house fire, that is an incident. We all deal with incidents on a daily basis. Me having internet issues today, it's an incident. Whether we think about it or not, whether it's just an inconvenience or whether it's something that is a major issue, it's all some sort of incident, and we manage it. So the legal basis for NIMS comes from Homeland Security Presidential Directive 5. And that's what says that we are going to manage incidents, develop a common approach that we're using nationwide. So back in the 60s, 70s, back in California, they were using this thing called the Incident Command System. It was actually a fire scope at that point to manage all of their large wildland fires. And so as they were looking at HSPD 5 and how are we going to say this is going to be the common structure, this is how we're going to manage incidents all across the nation. They looked at that and said that they've been using that for 40 years and it's working really well. Let's start integrating that into the all hazards world. So you'll hear me talk about kind of the fire world and then the all hazards world. We have a fire department there, across the way. We respond though to all hazards of incidents, medical calls, rescue calls, hazmat calls, fires, anything like that. There's kind of two prevailing overall management agencies, and you'll see them on the front of that book. There's the National Wildfire Coordinating Group, or NWCG, and there's FEMA, or the Fire Administration. They kind of are grouped together who run the all hazards world. So if we're talking about hurricane response, this is where we typically think all hazards. Tornado response, all hazards. Pandemic response, all hazards. And then fire is fire. So even though we typically consider that the fire department across the way, if you ask any of us over there, we are all hazards responders. I'm going to say, yeah, I'm a firefighter. I'm a fire investigator. You know that. But when it comes down to it, when a citizen calls 911 for any sort of issue, we're going to be the ones responding. 2 years ago with the flooding that you have the declaration for, I was out on that helping cone areas off, helping pump water out of different places. So we were out on that just like we would, be turned out for a fire. So HSPD 5 kind of took that wildland fire command and control and moved it into the all hazards world. And said, this is how we're going to manage all of our incidents. And then we have the presidential policy directive. It's kind of a weird one. All of that really said was kind of the same thing as our command and control, but instead, hey, we're going to prepare. We're going to use this same preparation cycle that we use for wildland fire for everything now. If you're noticing, the all hazards world, the Homeland Security world, they looked at wildland fire and said, hey, what you guys are doing is really cool. We're going to, make it policy that everyone in the country has to do this for all hazards. One of the things that is consistent across all of them, though, is that everything starts and ends at the local level. So my incident with my internet earlier, I didn't need to go to the local government level. I was able to get that figured out by the individual, even before even though it was local government internet. I was able to get that figured out at the individual level. When I can't handle it, when my house is on fire and my fire extinguisher can't put it out, the next thing I do is I call for that local government response, right? I go to that next level. Hopefully, and around here, I'll tell you, room and contents of what structure fire, they're local level, we're going to be able to handle it. After that, if local level can't handle it, local level reaches out to the state. So the state then starts providing support. And once all of our state resources have been expended, then we move on to the federal level. So everything typically will start and end at the local level. We also see this with preparedness. We want to prepare the individual and household levels. We want to prepare the private sector. The more work we put in preparation on the lower levels here, the less likely we are to have to need that help on the state or federal level. Think about putting just winter supplies in your vehicle. It's something we do around here. We tell people, hey, put some extra water, put a blanket, put a sweatshirt, put extra supplies in your vehicle in the winter, so that if something happens to them as they're out driving, they're able to manage that situation, oftentimes without having to call for local government support. So it's all the same, whether we're talking wildland fire or tornado preparation, or just preparing for things within your own life, your own vehicle, that seasonal driving aspect. So what actually is NIMS? So NIMS, again, it's a broad response doctrine. If you're ever having problems sleeping, you can pull up the NIMS document online and start reading through it. Except maybe him, that might keep him awake. He might get into that sort of thing. But NIMS is the document that shows us who all is involved in our stakeholding process? What sort of vocabulary are we going to use? Who do we need to include on this? It defines what is the incident command system, what is an emergency operations center, what is the MAC group or the multi-agency coordination group that you guys fall into. So it starts to define all of that and talks about how are they going to work together? Who has command versus who's the control agency? How does all of that coordinate amongst a large scale incident? So it's a systematic approach for everyone. We're a small town in Wyoming, right? You guys are going through this training. Senior officials in the large cities across the country go through this exact same training. This is a training for everyone of all levels, and the National Incident Management System affects all levels of government. When folks go through their senior officials on the elected or on the appointed side, in the federal government, they go through as a part of their onboarding, a G 402 class. There's typically gets a different designator letter at the beginning, but it's the same program. That they get this same information about what their role is during a large scale incident. So I think it says in the book is something like it integrates best practices in. The wildland fire world loves when they say, hey, we're going to integrate these best practices, because they're like, yeah, we came up with those. Those are the practices we came up with. So something that a lot of those best practices really just come from experience. They come from the wildland fire world. And so as we're really moving through, as we're looking at this, remember this started out as a fire thing, and I'll use some fire examples because that's a lot of my background. But like I said, I worked flooding events. We've worked other sorts of things out there as well. And the pandemic, how many weeks did we spend in a command post?
Months.
Yeah. And we spent months in a command post during the pandemic, trying to manage the large scale response. So no matter what we're doing, I might say fire, but it can be applied to all hazards responses. So we can also use NIMS in the incident command system for just about anything out there. We're planning the Casper Marathon right now. So kind of a weird one where I'm in a different role, but we've been sitting in meetings for the last few weeks planning out our response to the Casper Marathon from a public safety standpoint. We're going to have roads closed down. We're going to have 300 plus runners in hard to reach areas on trails and things like paths throughout the county. We want to make sure that we have a plan as public safety agencies to respond, should something happen. Last year, we had someone collapse at the finish line and go into cardiac arrest. We were able to manage that based on the preparation and the planning. Large scale incidents, all of the parades, the fair, a few years ago when Trump came to town, like that all gets managed using the National Incident Management System and using the incident command system within it. So it doesn't just have to be an incident. It can be anything that comes up, any of our events, anything where we have time to prepare. And we love using those sort of events as training opportunities. We use them as, we don't get a whole lot of massive events around here, big wildland fires or floods or anything like that. Thank God. But at the same time, we want to build that muscle memory. We want to, train as though, it's going to happen today. And so by using those special events, it's something that we're able to do to really keep our muscle memory there and be ready to go. So the National Incident Management System itself, I should also clarify, it doesn't say, for this sort of fire, you need to use this sort of hose or this sort of water flow. For on the law enforcement side, if they're barricaded in this sort of room, you need to use these tools. This is overarching. This is how do you manage the overall scene? What positions do you need to put into place? And we'll talk about safety officer, PIO, and things like that come up. But it talks more about the large scale incident management rather than the on-scene tactics. So NIMS gets broken down into three main components. So you got resource management, command and coordination, and then communications and information management. 98% of our time is spent in the command and coordination component. So command and coordination, they then break it down. It's the federal government. You'll see imagine having to live in it like this sort of program like he does. At least on the fire side, we get a little bit more lax, but you'll see the federal government breaks things down into 8 steps here, 4 steps there, 3 steps there, and all that. So command and coordination gets broken down into 4 main components. You've got the incident command system. That's our on-scene operations. You've got the emergency operations center, which is typically a coordinating body outside of it, where they're trying to help with those requests, help the citizens with what's going on. You've got the multi-agency coordination group. That's you guys. That's the senior officials, the elected officials, those that have been elected or appointed to manage the jurisdiction in good times and bad. So there's the multi-agency coordination group, and then the joint information systems. The joint information system is how are we getting information out to the public? We'll dive into all of these a lot more here in a bit. So command, I've used that term a lot. Most people, when they hear the word command, think back to like military type, command. Command is just the act of directing or ordering someone to do something. So when we get on scene of an incident, so they just went to that call. Whoever is the officer in charge in our protocols, the officer in charge of the rescue, they get on scene and say, I am command 2nd Street. I am command King. Whatever we use the road designator or the road name is typically the command name. It's kind of something that we do all across the county, and most places do it nationwide. But when they say that, they are saying, I am in charge of this. I am in charge of this scene. When you hear a chief officer go, typically when they arrive on scene, they're going to take that over. They're more experienced. They know more about what to do on those sort of things. So they're going to take that over and say, all right, I am in command. And they're not necessarily thinking about how are we directly treating this patient, but they're thinking about, all right, who is treating this patient? Do we need to get someone of a higher level of skill? How are we getting this patient out of where they're at? Thinking about the weather. How are we going to get this patient to the ambulance? Do we need additional resources? Do we need a med center ambulance to come in? Do we need to get squad heading this way? Do we need law enforcement to come here? With all the personnel that we have here, are we making sure that we're not tearing up gardens trying to walk through? Do we have dogs that are running around biting at us? Things like that. So they're thinking about the overall incident in general. When you start thinking about a fire, that commanding officer is thinking about rescue. They're thinking about making sure that we've got our exposures contained, that the fire's not growing from one house to another house to another house. They're thinking about controlling that fire, making sure we've got the right suppression resources in there. They're thinking about notifying the utility companies. If we need to evacuate certain areas, they're thinking about evacuations. They're thinking about the investigation side of it, making sure we can get investigators there. If we do have injuries, that command person is thinking about a lot of different things. And when no matter what their role, or what the sort of collar brass they have, if somebody is in command of a scene and they tell you or ask you to do something on our end, not your guys' end, we do it. I might have a brand new person that's on the rescue, their first time running command. And if I'm on the ambulance and that person running command tells me to do something, I'm going to do it. So we're going to obey what they say. So they are the ones that are going to control and direct us as to what we're doing. So coordination is kind of not the opposite, but it's adjacent to command. So coordination is the analysis and the exchange of information. So coordination we see in a lot of different ways when it comes to large events or large scale incidents. So it might be the public information. If we get a big fire in this area, or a big flood, we'll say, in this area, we're going to have Evansville Fire Department, Evansville Police Department. We're going to have Natrona County agencies here. We're going to have probably Natrona County Emergency Management in there. We're going to have all sorts of folks showing up and helping. And if we're evacuating an area, or we have areas that can't be accessed, we want to make sure we coordinate the information we're putting out, right? And that'll kind of fall into the joint information systems as well that we'll talk about. But we want to make sure that, if I'm saying, hey, everything from King Street East is being evacuated, that they're not saying, hey, everything from King Street West is being evacuated. It's a big difference, right? Small little detail, small little typo, but when you start thinking about it, we want to coordinate that information that goes out. During a big fire years ago up on the mountain, a order for meals was placed, and it was supposed to go to, at that point, Division 3 up on the mountain. They broke the incident up into divisions. They were doing their whole thing. They ordered meals for Division 3 from a local restaurant. That restaurant didn't know where Division 3 was, and so they just went to Google and searched and ended up sending them to Casper Fire Station 3, which is the one over at 12th and Beverly. And so this restaurant just showed up to give these guys who weren't even up on the mountain on that incident meals because the information wasn't coordinated well. So between command and logistics ordering meals, there wasn't great coordination. The restaurant tried to just figure it out on their own, and guess what? It didn't end up working out so well for those folks out on the line. Station 3 loved it because this random restaurant showed up with food for them. But so coordination is that exchange and analysis of information. We might start thinking about budgets. Hey, how much can Evansville spend on this as compared to the county, as compared to the state? We're going to want to start coordinating that sort of information. We're going to start thinking about, hey, we have a full suppression policy of we put every wildland fire out no matter what. As soon as it burns on a state land, state policy comes into play. So what is the state policy? We have to coordinate our response to that. BLM, we have BLM resources around here. There's a lot of federal land in Natrona County. So we have to coordinate a lot of that, both on the boots on the ground level. And when we get large incidents, you guys are the ones that are really going to have to help us with some of that. And that's where the multi-agency coordination group comes into play, or the MAC as we call it. So MAC groups are elected or typically appointed officials. These are the folks that have been put in that position to manage the jurisdiction or the agency, whatever it is, during good times and bad. So you guys have been elected by the citizens of Evansville to manage Evansville when things are going really good, and to make those decisions when things are hitting the fan and we have to do something, right? It's not the side that you typically think about when you get elected. You don't hope to have to use that, but the preparation, the planning that right now, this is what should hopefully make you that little bit more prepared for it. So a lot of what we end up asking for MAC groups is money. When large incidents occur, and we'll get it, like we can talk about fiscal responsibility and all of that. He's gonna have a little bit of more info on who pays or what the ratios are, because they change based on population and all of that. But other things we typically ask for are things like, hey, I need space. Can you talk with the school district and see if we can get a shelter set up there? It looks a lot better when it's coming from you guys than Joe Blow firefighter calling up the school district and saying, hey, I need your school. If we get someone from the MAC group that can start coordinating that, can handle those, it's great. It might be that, hey, we need meals. Hey, we need to change policy to allow folks to work longer than our current policy allows. Hey, we have a policy that says family members can't work together. Think like we are just short. This is our only option. I need your guys' permission for us to break this policy at this point. There's a lot of different things at the policy level that we end up asking for, that we end up trying to get from the MAC group. During COVID, and I'm not getting political, anything like that. COVID was very political. We had different jurisdictions, different things that had different ideas on how it should be managed. We had a declaration of authority from the county that said you guys are managing this for the county. But we had jurisdictions within the county that didn't like that. It's an unfortunate thing that happens. We see it on the fire side. We saw it during COVID. That one got way more political than any incident I've ever worked. You ever worked something that political? No. And we had to deal with it in the middle of it. We had to we had set up a briefing with the MAC group every other day. We were briefing them, letting them know what was going on, how we were managing this. We were more thinking just like the operational side, shelters, decontamination. Trying to get N95 masks or logistical considerations. We're more in the command post trying to manage that side of it, but we still had to keep those elected officials involved and make sure that we were getting everything we needed from them. So there's a lot that goes into the MAC group. I have seen the MAC group only in COVID actually convened in person. Even big fires, oftentimes it'll all be done via phone call, conference call, things like that. Because again, you guys all have other lives. You guys all do other things. Thank you for being here today. By the way, I know we've been trying to do this for about a year and a half now, get everyone together. But this is a big deal. And when things do actually occur, we want to make sure that you guys are ready. And even if we may not all be meeting in here, that you guys have a good idea of what be requested of you. So we talked about the MAT group. The next one is the Emergency Operations Center. We've got a couple of these throughout the county. This is typically where those like heads of the department, so like Chief Malsom or Chief Cornett, this is where they'll typically go to help start trying to manage all the resources. This is where they are like the folks that are actually making decisions on what's going on throughout the county from a response standpoint. They're saying this truck's going to go here, this equipment's going to get delivered here. We need to get food for this age or this area. This is where they're all going to be convened. So the main one around here is going to be downtown. Again, we've got others throughout the area. Should something happen where we can move folks around. You guys may come into C, may be there for a little bit, but for everyone's sanity on both ends, we typically try to keep the MAT group kind of separate from the EOC, because you guys want to be very involved and we want to be getting our work done. It happens. It's one of those things we expect to happen, and we try to keep things fairly separated. But in a large incident, we had electeds sitting in with us at different points during the COVID response. I mean, we've had electeds show up to command posts and all of that during fires, floods. When we need something, hey, can you come by and look at this? And we'll let you know where those are at if we're at one of the alternatives or things just as it happens. But the Emergency Operations Center, that's where we support an incident. So they're not thinking about boots on the ground from hey, this person's going to use this type of hose or that they need this. They're thinking about it from they need more people, they need supplies, they need logistical help here. Where else do we have that within the county? The Joint Information System, that's the public information side. That is the how do we make sure that the information going out is the same for everyone. We've got a very good group of public information officers, or PIOs is what we call them in our world. So public information officers, we've got a great group around here. I can act as one for Evansville Fire. We've got some others that do as well. Typically, being the face of an incident or speaking to the public, that's something we may lean on the senior officials or the elected officials for. We see it a lot of times where at a press conference, again, the citizens are going to take you guys a lot more seriously than they're going to take, a Joe Blow firefighter. Especially if I haven't slept in 36 hours and I'm covered in this, that, or the other, and I'm trying to put together some coherent sentences. That's why we oftentimes lean on elected officials for that. So the Joint Information System is just the coordination of information. So I kind of talked about it earlier, making sure that what message goes out from the one agency is the same as what the other agencies get. We're really good on our smaller incidents around here. We all, for the most part, just text. Hey, we're going to do this. Hey, I'll write the message if you guys will share it, or vice versa. So what we tend to be very good as public information officers with that around here. But we're also going to be collecting information. So another great thing that PIOs do is they don't just put information out, but they collect information. What is the public saying? What information are people putting in the Facebook comments? That's something I don't read in my personal social media or any of that, but when it comes to incidents, we got to start going through the comments. What are people asking? What sort of information? And that's another one where elected officials come in very, very clutch. Because when something goes wrong, people may not call the fire department, but they're going to call you guys and complain, right? It's kind of the crux of being an elected official is you get to hear the 10% that people think are good and the 90% that people think are bad, even if the ratio should be opposite. So that's going to be kind of our coordination body. That's going to be where, hey, I'm seeing this. Are you guys, what are people contacting you guys and asking? I was just talking with one of the emergency managers down outside of Boulder, and we were talking about some of the fires they had a few years back. One of the things he hadn't even thought about when they started issuing all those evacuation notices was they were evacuating a bunch of ranch land. People were like, where am I taking my horses? Where am I taking my livestock? Like, what about this? What about that? And he had to start coordinating those calls. And they weren't asking him at first, though. They were calling their county commissioners because especially that part of Colorado, very similar to us. A lot of them end up being ranchers. It's the neighbor down the street that's also a commissioner. So they start saying, where are we taking our horses? Like, what are we doing there? And so they had to start managing where are we going to put these animals? How are we going to care for them? So joint information system, very important, especially in today's world where information is power and people don't expect you to wait to get information out. I can't tell you how many times we have been on scene and people are already putting in the Evansville Community Watch. Hey, what's going on here? We haven't heard anything from the fire department on this. And it's like, well, duh, because we're still there dealing with it. Like we don't have. That's why, like for me, especially now, if I'm not working and something big's going on, like I'm trying to get stuff out. I'm trying to do something, just to kind of keep up with that. Because people expect information now. We live in a 24-hour information cycle, and people don't want to wait for what's going on. So that's something where on a big incident, the JIC is what we end up calling it, the Joint Information Center. They're going to be working probably longer hours than most anyone else, because they're thinking about not just today's messaging, but how's that going to affect tomorrow's? Who's going to be the best one to put up in front of that? And there's a lot that goes on with it. Then we get to the incident command system. So, like I said, this is the fourth component of command and coordination. This is just that standardized approach to how we manage things online. We could go down the ICS incident command system rabbit hole if you want. We'll kind of save you from it though, because Mike and I can get detail. We'll start throwing out acronyms. FEMA's got what they call the FAT book. It's just 100+ pages of acronyms that they use. It's the federal government. You guys have all dealt with it, seen it, but they have a whole book that they publish for you that just tells you what the acronyms are. That's 100+ pages. So the incident command system in and of itself is a system that we use to control and command a scene. So every scene has an incident commander. The first person on scene, the last person to leave the scene is the incident commander. That is the person that, like I said, they are managing everything that is going on. They're not necessarily thinking about, is it this medication that we need to push or is it that medication that we need to push? They're thinking about what if we run out of the medication? Do we need somebody more qualified that can push this medication? How are we getting this patient to the ambulance? How, based on the roads. I've been in command of scenes where we're out trying to shovel through the snow a route for us to get the ambulance caught into or out of the scene. So we're thinking about everything else that is going on, not necessarily the issue at hand. So there's a lot that goes on with the incident command system. But again, no matter where I go in the country, when I travel, oftentimes I'll try to ride with a house when I'm down in different places. So I've ridden in Orlando, ridden in Vegas, ridden up in Bozeman, ridden down in Phoenix with just different engine companies around. And every single time that whoever that officer is, when they arrive on scene, what do they do? We're going to be command Curtis Street, going to, and then typically whatever the TAC channel or the radio channel that they're going to use for that incident is. But they always call that command. They want everyone to know, hey, I am in charge of the scene. If you need something, let me know. I am going to be the contact. They're also the ones that dispatch or other units, anything like that, needs to know what's going on there, needs to know about something. It's not, someone else that's there that talks back to dispatch. They don't. They are the one point of communication into and out of that incident until they start getting into the large incidents and PIOs and all that. But for 98% of our incidents, that incident commander is running everything. So NIMS, command and coordination, there's a lot going on this slide. The other thing that you'll see with a lot of these FEMA courses is that whoever their graphic designer is, I think got paid by the graphic, not by the job at hand. I think they got paid by the graphics. There's a lot of these. What this is showing here is that what happens on scene, what happens over there on the left, the incident command through the liaison officer and all that, they coordinate with all of these coordinating bodies. So when you think about back to National Incident Management System, we have the command and coordination component. Command is over on this side. Command is everything over there on the left side of the screen. Everything over here, this is all coordination. This is coordination that occurs. So these guys don't have command over the scene. These folks in these, they don't have command over the scene. They're not the ones that are on the truck, boots on the ground, digging or doing whatever else is needed. They are coordinating different aspects of the incident. whether it's the public information that's going out, whether it's the budgets that are going out, whether it's trying to get additional resources from other locations, anything like that. These are the coordination bodies, and over there, those are the command bodies. And so I mentioned earlier, I'm a liaison officer. That kind of came from a previous life, but I've been able to integrate it into this side of the world. My job, when we get a big incident management team or we get a big incident, it's my job to coordinate from on scene to those coordination centers. I'm that go-between. I'm that one that's trying to manage that. So one of the reasons we're doing this class, and I pushed it again, and I think I mentioned it in the original email, we did a big exercise in the middle of March, kind of practicing our overall incident management team here in Natrona County, using a scenario from a few years back. We didn't have any senior officials that were there playing along, but so my job as the liaison officer is to coordinate with all of these entities. So there were some injects and things that were built into the exercise where I just had to kind of make it up for the purpose of the exercise. Like, hey, yeah, I talked with this commissioner. Hey, yeah, I talked with this person. They're going to come in, they're going to help us, or they're going to handle what we want. But that's my job typically. It's also one of the reasons I've been pushing for this class, because if we get something big, it's important for all of us to know not only what might be expected or those coordination duties, but also just the face-to-face, knowing who it is, knowing who to coordinate with. That's one of the things that I, as a liaison officer, kind of pride myself on. So if you come to me with a problem, I probably don't know how to fix it, but I can probably find someone that can help us fix that problem. So that's most of what this is showing here, is the difference between the command and the coordination entities. So of all the slides within this entire course, this is one of the ones that I would say is the absolute most important for you guys. This is really what is the senior official's role. And again, you guys have been elected to manage the town of Evansville during good times and bad, right? Typically, you think of the good times, you think of, we usually say like white sky, gray sky, or white, during sunny or rainy. Being that it's pouring rain today, it's not a great example, but you guys have been elected. Today's a regular day, right? Good times, not a whole lot going on. You guys are still been elected to manage Evansville during this time. Whereas we get something large going on, we get a bunch of flooding, we get a fire ripping down the river down there, we get a home explosion, God forbid, anything like that. You guys have still been elected to manage Evansville during that, right? And so you're not going to be the boots on the ground folks. You're not going to be the ones that are handling the actual putting the fire out. But you have to make sure that we're still ensuring the safety of all of our citizens, making sure that our government is continuing to operate. If we have to evacuate town hall, what is the policy? Where do those folks go? If we have to move people away or get people out of an area, where do those go? We'll talk more about delegating power and delegating authority and all that in a later unit. And that's going to be a big one. If we do get large incidents, we'll talk about kind of qualifications and things like that. You'll oftentimes help oversee like resource coordination. So if we're having to bring folks in from out of state, we have some mutual aid or out of county, we have mutual aid agreements. I think I attached the Waha intercounty mutual aid into your packet there. We have different agreements in place through different dispatch centers, how things operate. But we may start having to say, hey, we have a lot of folks coming in, we don't have places for them to stay. Can we get hotel rooms authorized? One of the things they saw, where was that home explosion a few years? Plateau Street. Yep. Back like behind. Yeah, west side of Casper. Home explosion call. And hey, yeah, there's a big incident where we're going to go in, we're going to deal with it, and think about how many replacing on that incident. They were maxing out P card to get tires repaired and all of that. That might be something simple little detail, right? Small little thing, but hey, we gotta raise some of our P card numbers here because we have a lot of tires that now need replaced. Something we think about now, and we actually have written into our policy across the way here about how we respond to those incidents and trying to think through that, because if someone else turns around and has another emergency, we still need to be able to respond. But that was a big deal on that incident. That was a complexity that they hadn't thought about, that they had to deal with on the back end. And then just coordinating with other senior officials. Evansville as town proper in and of itself is not super large, and we border a lot of different areas, or we border a lot of different ownerships, right? We border county land, we border state land, and we border some federal land when you get up top. We have private land all over the place, and so we have to be ready. You guys have to be ready to coordinate. We have to be ready to coordinate. We can't all do it on our own, and so that's why we, it's probably not unheard of that you guys may have to coordinate with county commissioners. It wouldn't be unheard of. You guys have to coordinate with state officials, whether state or Wyoming Office of Homeland Security. If you hear me say security, they're kind of the all hazards manager of Wyoming. But it wouldn't be unheard of for you guys to have to coordinate some of that with them. Cost share agreements later on, things like that. And we'll dive into more of those details here in a bit. But this is one of those slides. There's a lot to it. There's a lot that may be asked of you. Again, hopefully throughout your elected career, you never have to deal with any of this. But we want to make sure that should you be requested to, that you're ready to go, that you are able to step into that role. So that is the end of Unit 2. We've been roaring for about 45 minutes or so here. If you guys want to take a quick 5-minute break or so while I get 3 pulled up, I can do that and then be ready to go at 10 till. Now comes the one where I gotta make sure you stay high level because it's the ICS stuff. we can get going with it. So, all right, this is the unit, and I was just telling Mike, this is where, like, especially for him and I, like, we're gonna have to stay kind of surface level here, but because this is where we can really start going down the rabbit hole. This is where we're going to talk about the incident command system, what it looks like, how it operates, and where or what each person's role within it is going to be. So that was the kind of the objectives there, if you want to read them. But the incident command system in and of itself is just a standardized way to manage all hazards of incidents. Like I said, it came back from what was called Fire Scope way back in the day. In California, how they were managing these large wildland fires. And what they realized is that all these different agencies were coming together on these big fires, and everyone was doing their own thing. They were killing people, and they weren't being very efficient. I always say that everything we do in the incident response world, emergency response world, comes back down to money and politics, whether we like it or not. And then everything we strive to be is to be the most efficient and effective that we can be at our jobs. So that's why we set things up the way we do it. It's why my boots are put next to my pants, so I can be the most efficient I can be in getting my gear on to get out the door. I want to be the most effective that I can be with my setup, all of that. So what they were realizing is, hey, we're not being efficient or effective with this. We're killing people. We're losing a whole lot more land and houses than we need to. So let's start coordinating our responses. So back then they were able to get on the same radio frequencies, which was unheard of, and things started to roll. Things started to get better and better, and so they started adding in positions and realizing that, hey, that instant, I can put someone in charge of doing PR for me. I can put somebody in charge of just managing logistics. I can find someone that can just manage finance, and so they started putting all of these together, and we're going to start diving through that. But it can be a large incident. It can be a small incident. It doesn't matter. We can still use the incident command system. So its purpose is to help us manage it, to ensure the safety of everyone, help us achieve our tactical objectives. But that bottom point there is really what it comes down to. We're efficient with our use of resources. If you've ever seen a Type 1 incident management team, you may say, are they really being efficient? But the amount of work that goes into some of our large incidents is you don't actually realize until you're in the middle of one. When you have a wildland fire that's got 700 plus firefighters on it and another 150 management personnel, you have to be thinking about, where are they sleeping? Where are they going to the bathroom? What are they eating? How are you taking care if one of them has a medical emergency? How are we taking care of the citizens that are being evacuated? What about are we already starting to think about flooding? Are we already starting to think about what sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Not landslide, but after or post fire. If it rains after a fire, you end up with massive mudslides. Makes the problem worse. Talk to Idaho; they dealt with that last year. So they're already starting to think about all of that. Just because the fire was didn't affect these houses down below, doesn't mean that we're not going to get a massive rain come through. And now we are affecting them. So they're starting to think about all of those details and put plans into place for all of those. Trying to be efficient with our use of resources. So this is just kind of an example of different things. We use it around here on everything. They use it in search and rescue. One of the first things that gets said is, all right, who's in charge of this? Who's going to be my operations? They start breaking out their different divisions or groups, things like that. We use it for pandemics. Like I said, we spent a lot of time doing it. Ice storms, earthquakes. You will hear about the incident command system being used. And once you see like all the different positions and the titles that they get when you're watching the news and you're watching some of those press conferences, you'll start to notice them using those. Doesn't matter where you're at across the country, everyone uses these because it was directed. And if we want any sort of federal funding, we have to say that, yes, we do use the incident command system. We have adopted NIMS. So one of the greatest things about it is everything I was just talking about. It doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what sort of incident it is. We can adapt it to it. We joked, I was at the hospital. My office was back behind the hospital in a little white house. We came back from an ICS training one day and realized that we had a flood coming from the bathroom. And so we all just there was 3 of us in the office. We started just kind of taking care of it. And we sat there and started joking, hey, you're doing operations. That was me. I was the one trying to get water out. and see if we could stop the leak. We had one person that was doing safety because we had to get into the basement, so they put up a chair so that nobody fell through the hole. And then we had another person working on logistics, seeing if we could get a plumber to come in there quick. But it was the same thing. Like it was us using the incident command system to manage that incident within the house we were just doing that because we had just come from an ICS training. It also lets anyone that's had the training, anyone from anywhere in the country, come together and know what that position is. If I go to a fire in Oregon, like I did a few years back, and we show up and they say, hey, you're going to talk to Division Alpha. I know that when I go to that Division Alpha, they're going to have the exact same qualifications. They're going to have the exact same knowledge of overall command and control as if I went up to Casper Mountain and was put with a division supervisor up there. Same with incident commander. If they say, hey, the IC needs this, I know what that IC position is. Hey, if you want to get, or if you want to place a meal order, go to logistics. I know what that means. Hey, if we get me your form so that we can get your name in the IAP. So make sure you get those up to plans or planning section. We know who that is. It doesn't matter where we go. We can fall into the system no matter what happens. I said, my job is typically as a liaison officer. Doesn't matter what team I work with. I know my job as a liaison officer. I know who on the incident management team I need to talk to and who on the jurisdictional side I need to talk to when I first get there so that I can be efficient and effective with my overall job there. So it does differ a little bit from our day-to-day structures. So these are all qualified positions. These are different things that occur or that people become qualified in through experience, completing what we call task books and things like that. So when we talk about an operations section chief, that doesn't mean a chief officer like you guys think of across the way wearing a white shirt with a bunch of collar brass, anything like that. That means that it is somebody, it doesn't matter what their background is, that is qualified to that level. So they've gone through all of the prerequisites, they've taken the training, they've done it with people or with trainers and all that, overseeing them to get all of their stuff checked off. The incident commanders, to be a what we call a type 1 or a complex team incident commander, to work your way up through it is usually 10 to 15 years, let alone to get yourself signed off on that. So it literally takes just as much, if not more, time to become a type 1 incident commander than it does to become a doctor. So like these guys have been there, done that, have the t-shirt, doesn't matter what it is. So they're very good at managing by objectives. So our overall structure here. So like I said, the incident commander, I've talked about the incident commander, what their role is, what they do, how they operate. And underneath them on this slide, we have what we call the general staff. So these are 4 positions that we put into play, and they manage very specific roles as to what the incident itself needs. So operations is in charge of the boots on the ground. So they're in charge of what exactly is going on here. Who do we need? What equipment do we need? How are we accomplishing what we want to accomplish? So I know I keep going back to wildland fire because that's where a lot of this came from. It's probably the biggest side of my background. But if the operations section is thinking, we need to get 60 chains worth of line dug in and burn off of it today, so that tomorrow we can get 60 more and try to wrap it around this ridge and burn off of that, so we've got a good control line. They're thinking about how are we actually accomplishing this? Who am I putting in each of those positions? How are we making sure that line gets dug? Planning, they're the ones that, guess what, they plan. You want a planning section chief? Like, he is best planning section chief we have in Natrona County. They are the ones that are putting together the incident action plan. They're the ones that are coordinating all of the information, making sure that, hey, we know how many people we have on this incident. We know what sections, what divisions. We know when they're hitting we call it pumpkin time, or when their time is expiring on this incident, because we typically work up to 14 days. So if we know, hey, we have this crew and they're going to hit their end of duty in 2 days, he's going to start working with logistics. He's going to start working with others to get a new crew ordered up and on their way in. Hey, we need to start thinking about, what is our demo plan going to look like? Are people going to have to go through a checkout process when they arrive on scene? Are we putting them through a check-in process to make sure their equipment's in good functioning order? Details like that. They're looking through all of that information, putting plans together, And when we show up on scene and we get our briefing, we get our incident action plan that shows us what we're doing from a boots on the ground perspective, it's all put together by plans. Logistics is thinking about how do we take care of everyone. They're thinking about everything from internet connection to a medical plan, having the right medical personnel on site. They're thinking about food. They're thinking about sheltering. They're thinking about toilets. They're thinking about equipment, supply caches, making sure we get all of that in there. And then finance and admin is taking care of tracking everyone's time, making sure we know, hey, this crew or this resource costs us this amount of money per hour. Hey, this crew costs us this amount of money per hour. And they're when those crews send in their time forms at the end of the day, they're inputting all of that into the programs, making sure that we know that incident commander knows, hey, this incident is costing us this much per day. Up to this point, it's cost us this much total. So they're telling you what those rates are. And the incident commander, the command staff, they're going to be starting to coordinate that with multi-agency coordination groups like yourself. Admin also is where all your compensation or claims. So if we blow a tire on an incident, they're going to be the ones that manage getting us like the money to pay to replace that tire. If someone gets injured, they're the ones that are going to manage the workman's comp side of it. They're kind of that, I like to call them the HR department. So they're the HR department of the incident itself as well. Do you have anything to add in on that one? Or plans in general?
No, and each one of these sections has multiple people on it. So plans, for example, has designated sub teams, logistics designated sub teams. So you just start seeing this overhead and it starts dropping down quite a bit if you look at it kind of in a chart. It could be a little overwhelming, and without diving too deep into it, just know that there's very specific functions that are done by specific teams. And that's the big takeaway I think in this type of material.
Like I said, it's not uncommon for the big incident management teams where this is what they do for a living, for them to roll in with 100 to 150 plus people working in all those different, and they've got deputy planning section chiefs and 2 or 3, they've got unit leaders, they've got people managing each of those different tasks that comes up. So management characteristics, these are just 14 things that HSPD 5 said, hey, when you're managing an incident, we want you to think about these. They're typically things that all of us do on the fire side on a daily basis. One of the big ones, though, really comes back to that common terminology, making sure that we're using plain language. I think every agency in Natrona County, save for Highway Patrol, we have switched to common terminology. It's why you don't hear TIN codes anymore, except by Highway Patrol. They still use them, but we don't ever use TIN codes. I guess that's false. We use one TIN code, and that's 1079. It's just call the coroner, hey, log time of death. We'll say that over the radio so that if someone else is walking through the grocery store, another agency, they're not like broadcasting, hey, go ahead and mark this person dead. It's just a way for us to, be a little bit more considerate there. But we don't use this 1032 code 4, code 2, whatever anymore. We use plain English. We say, hey, we are en route. We don't say, hey, I'm 76. I say, hey, I'm clear the call. I don't say I'm code 8 or anything. We use plain language so that everyone, even others that are coming in to our area that might be from out of area, don't know TIN codes or don't have like our TIN code thing, that we can all communicate. Easy way, one of those big things that seems simple, but getting everyone to adapt it over the years was a big deal. I mean, if you think back to the old movies, right? Everyone loves their TIN code, TIN this, TIN that. Guy I teach with, he's from North Carolina. He's a career firefighter in Charlotte, but he's also on a volunteer department outside of Charlotte where he lives. And he was looking through all of their stuff one day, and the code for clear and back at station for Charlotte Fire, the old code, was the same as the jailbreak code with his volunteer department. They'd all switched to common terminology, but he was sitting there looking, and he's like, yeah, pretty good. I don't use the Charlotte Fire TIN codes at the volunteer department. That might cause a little bit of panic to folks. So just one of those little details. The other thing, or another one of those management characteristics, is we manage by objectives. So we, as the incident commander, the operations section chief get together, they start thinking about what are our overall objectives. So for flooding, it might be, hey, we want to reduce the reservoir level to this level, or we want to reduce the amount of water in there, but to this level. That is the overall objective. And so after that, we start getting into strategies and tactics, but everything we do has to have an objective to it. And so you'll hear things like task, purpose, end state. And that overall objective is that what are we trying to accomplish? We want to control this fire for management purposes, or we want to control this fire for suppression purposes. Those one word difference in there, but it can mean a lot of difference to those of us doing boots on the ground work. So command sets those overall objectives. The fall they just went on, the overall objective is going to be to provide patient care, adequate patient care, get the patient transported to the hospital, and make sure that everyone's safety has been maintained throughout the entire incident. Those are the overall objectives. A call like that, we don't have to get there and specify and tell everyone, hey, this is what our objectives are. Now let's go. Something we train on, is something we know, it's something everyone's going to fall into their position. We get to our large scale incidents. The incident commander is going to make sure in the morning briefing that occurs every day that everyone knows what are those incident objectives. What are we trying to accomplish here? So the incident action plan is where a lot of that comes into place. And some of these can get real long. I didn't print them out for you. But incident action plans, I already talked about how the planning section chief puts this together. So we require some sort of plan on our large incidents. Every incident has that plan. Again, we go on the little call here. I'm not going to sit there and write out a big document and say, this is what we're trying to accomplish. But when we go on our large scale incidents, we are going to write that out. We're going to make sure that gets distributed, that everyone knows what our overall plan is. What does our structure look like here? On the very first page inside of it, the 202, ironically, lists what are the overall incident objectives. Right up at the top, it says what is the incident name, who is the incident commander, and what are our incident objectives. And then from there, it starts breaking down. Well, we have weather briefings in there. With each individual breakout area gets their own thing. Safety puts messages in there. Finance, everyone got their own section. Some of these things get to be like 60, 70 pages long, and you're like, you guys just want to use your copy trailer that you finally were able to get here on this incident. There's like 8 of them in the nation, and sometimes during busy times they can be hard to pick up. But when you get one, boy, do they use it. They like printing off these big documents and giving everyone. Nowadays, we're also getting them virtually a lot. You can go online and find a lot of the incident action plans to different incidents across the country. There's something that we use. It's why a lot of our fire pants have the big cargo pocket right here. And that's actually other purposes too, but they print them out like this in booklets for us, and it happens to fit perfect into those pockets, so we can reference it there at any time throughout the day. It's got our communication plans in it. It's got our medical plan. All of that information gets put into there so that we're able to reference it and find it throughout the operational period. So it's a modular organization, the incident command system itself is. So it says there it develops from the top down. Like I said, no matter what the incident, there is an incident commander. And that incident commander on a small incident, they're going to manage everything. We had another call here just the other day over on Curtis Street, and I happened to be that officer on the rescue, and I was managing everything. We had someone come up and, hey, what's going on here? At that point, I'm also acting as the PIO, the public information officer. I'm having to manage that and make sure I'm getting the right information to those folks. That was a medical emergency, so I was able to give a brief statement there. But now let's talk a large scale. We got multiple houses on fire, and the news shows up and goes to that chief officer, goes to that incident commander, and says, hey, what's going on here? That chief officer may not have time there. So they're going to designate someone. Hey, you're going to be my PIO. I want you to go speak to the news. And you'll hear this a decent amount on when we get large incidents. If you listen to the scanners or anything like that, you'll hear them say, hey, so-and-so, I've got the news over here. Will you go do that? What they did is they took the problem, they put it in a box and said, all right, that is a PIO problem. This is my PIO. You're going to go deal with it. When it comes to logistical challenges, if the incident commander doesn't say, hey, you're going to be in charge of logistics, then that incident commander, they're the ones that are responsible for making sure internet is working, making sure that we've got places for everyone to eat, sleep, go to the bathroom. So it all rolls uphill when it comes to the incident command system, because as the incident progresses, you're going to see the bottom of the chart start to grow. But if you don't have those bottom positions, those responsibilities roll to that next highest position. So that's why another one of those command level or command staff positions is the safety officer. Everyone should be, maintaining safety. Everyone should be looking out for safety. But the safety officer, if that role is not designated, the incident commander is your incident safety officer as well. So that's another one that we'll talk about a little bit later on. But everything rolls uphill, but it's a top-down structure, if that makes sense. If you don't designate those roles at the bottom, everything's going to roll back up. So again, some of our incidents, we have a 2-man ambulance that goes on a call. That's a 2-man crew. Like that, if they're the only ones there, that is a 2-man incident command system. We, Garden Creek, Elkhorn Creek burns going up the middle of the mountain. We're gonna have a 150-person incident management team working on. So it just depends on the needs of the incident itself. So the incident objectives, the overall goal, determine how big is that incident going to be. So span of control, that's just talking about how many people do you manage, how many people can one person efficiently and effectively manage. They say the guideline is 1 to 5. When we first started, it was always beat into our head 3 to 7, optimum of 5. What they've realized is that, hey, we can cheat that a little bit. You might have two resources that you have to babysit and watch every single little thing they do. So maybe you can only manage 2 because it's taking up all your time to do that. Maybe you've got 10 resources that are super high functioning crews that don't need a whole lot of oversight. Maybe you can manage 10 at that point. So now we manage not based on span of control, but based on the ability of those resources that you're managing. I like to call it you're managing based on your sanity. How many resources can you manage and still stay sane on the incident itself, rather than things getting or going too crazy where you can't accomplish your role or your job, let alone everyone else's. So that's why you'll start to see, as we get more and more resources, that incident command chart keeps growing. And that flow chart gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Comprehensive resource management, this just means that we're keeping track of everything. So I do some virtual work for some incident management teams as well, doing finance and resource management, where we're just keeping track of, what hours, how many days have these crews worked. Do we need to start thinking about getting more? Are these crews in service? Are they out of service? Do we need to start thinking about others? This is just saying that we're managing all aspects of the resource. We're not just saying, okay, they're here, let them go to work, and then we'll talk to them 14 days later. This is saying that we're going to manage everything about them while they're there. Because if they're on our incident, if they're in our jurisdiction, we're in charge of them. We want to make sure that everything is going well. When you hear about things, or hey, this fire crew was on this incident, and they went out and did this stupid thing at the bar or whatever else that night, that's a management failure. That it's a failure on the resource itself, but that is a management failure. We did not manage that resource efficiently or effectively or appropriately, and that's what's led to what we're dealing with now. Luckily, that doesn't happen all that often, but when it does, it tends to hit the news and be a pretty big deal. So integrated communications, all this means is that we all talk on the same frequencies. We have radios where when someone else comes in from out of area, we hook it to our radio and we say, hey, give them this talk group plan, and they can then talk with us. So that's really all that this is saying is we have to be able to communicate with each other, and because they put a lot of time, money, and effort into the systems throughout the last 25 years, we can do that now. That's something that we do really, really well around here. When we establish and transfer command, so again, we clearly establish command when we show up on scene. That's why, again, if you listen to the scanner, you hear, Rescue 12's on scene. I'm going to be Command Curtis. We are establishing command. We are communicating that to everyone. And then if we are transferring that, we make sure it's a very, very deliberate and everyone else knows. So if we call that, if we show up and say, Engine 12's on scene, we're going to be command, and a chief officer shows up on scene, he's going to tell dispatch, hey, I'm going to take command of this incident. I'm going to take Command Curtis. Then he's going to switch over to our tactical channel and say, all right, all units operating on Curtis Street, Chief 12, I've assumed command. He's communicating that to everyone and making sure everyone now knows, both out of the incident and within the incident itself, that that's going on. When you start talking about like long-term incidents, this is a long, drawn-out process where they're going to have folks coming in to shadow for a day or two beforehand to kind of get a feeling of how that incident is running. And then they're also going to make sure they're communicating that with all of the senior officials. Hey, I am going to time out here. So your contact on this incident is going to move on to this person. There's a big checklist they go through and all of that. You guys don't need to know that or what all is on that checklist, but you do need to know that, hey, there are times in a large incident where a incident commander, that person that you've been communicating with, they may time out and you may have someone else that comes in to take that. So chain of command, unity of command. Chain of command is what you think about when you think of the flow charts. That is that overall authority. If the incident commander has information for a unit leader down on the very bottom, they don't go directly to them. That unit leader doesn't bypass their chain of command to go talk directly to the incident commander. We follow our chain of command going up and down with information. We have unity of command, so everyone has a supervisor. They make sure you know who your supervisor is. Typically on a long incident for us, we're going to get to know that supervisor real well because we're going to be with them for a lot of time. And we get our information, we get our orders from our supervisor. And if we need anything, we go directly to that supervisor. If I'm down here and I need something from logistics over here, I don't just go directly to logistics. I go through my supervisor who goes to their supervisor who talks to logistics to get it. The last thing we want is for those supervisors to be like, hey, why is this stuff showing up? Did you guys really just order, 4 extra dinners because you happen to be more hungry today? Like stuff that we've seen happen. But bypassing them, or hey, did you just order a whole nother, task force or a whole nother strike team of engines? Like you don't have the authority to do that down here. And now I have to try to manage all of those. Now I have to try to be the one that's managing all of these engines that I didn't know were coming. So we try to maintain that unity of command, make sure everyone knows who needs to know about what we're doing there. It's a real big deal on our large incidents. And when we're local, we oftentimes run into the issue where, I know a lot of you guys, I might be a boots on the ground person on that incident, and I have an issue. What do we all do? We go to our elected officials, right? But no, if I'm in that role on the bottom of the flow chart there, I don't just bypass all of my other folks. I go through the chain of command and make sure everyone knows what's being dealt with. So unified command, a little bit different from unity of command, but this is what happens when we have an incident that goes past jurisdictional boundaries. So if we have an incident that rolls from, Evansville town proper to state land to federal land to, county land, whatever else it might be, you'll oftentimes see a unified command being run. So what that means is that an incident commander from all of those jurisdictions or all of those different things are going to come together to help maintain that, because they all may come in with different resources that they can bring. They may come in with different priorities, different things like that. Or this might be an incident where we have both law and fire on scene, and they both have different things that they're trying to accomplish. So we're going to run a unified command structure. So it doesn't just have to be jurisdictional. It can be task-based or industry-based as well. So this just means that there may not necessarily be one person. If it goes multi-jurisdictional or if it goes multi-functional need, they may come together to help manage it the same together. Dispatch and accountability. This is just, we don't jump calls. We don't self-deploy to incidents. We don't hear that explosion way over on the west side of Casper and say, hey, Evansville, we're going to go to that. Like, go ahead and we don't just show up on scene to it. We make sure that we only go when we are requested. That helps us maintain, our jurisdictional coverage. That helps us maintain good accountability of all of our crews. That helps us make sure that, if something happens on that incident, one of us gets injured, a piece of equipment breaks or anything like that, there's already predetermined structures as to who's paying for what, how all of that works. It makes sure that all of that is taken care of. So we make sure that, big incidents, we're not just going to them outside of our area. People aren't just coming to big ones here without us having that process in place for requesting. Here locally in Natrona County, we have very good mutual aid. We all work together very well. Jurisdictional boundaries, like it may change the logo on our shirts, but we all work together very well. When you start talking nationwide, when the Elk Fire was kicking off last year and they were asking for resources over and over and over, there were some of us that were getting calls of like, let's go, come on, like bring this up. Another department up my family's ranch that I work with, like just send me stuff. I'm like, we have to have a resource order. We have to make sure we go through the correct deployment process, because otherwise you may be sending a resource and you don't know how payment's going to work. You don't know any of that. And it was a bad situation, but we want to make sure that all of our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed to make sure that if something happens up there, we're covered. Fire engine is probably $1.4 million at a minimum right now. Something happens to that up there on that incident, something happens to a fire engine, we want to make sure that we have all of those things in place and that we're not just stuck paying for it on an incident that we weren't actually requested to, right? So that the last thing we want to do is come to the town council and be like, so we need 1.4 million for this apparatus that we broke on an incident we don't have the correct documentation for. Not a very good thing, right? So I don't think from your guys' perspective that would go over well, but one of those things we had to consider. Anything else on that one?
I think that we're going to dive into it more in looking in the sections ahead, but not particularly to this part of the section 3, but where do you guys fit into this big, massive, organizational structure that is ICS? And short answer is before all of this has occurred, or right at the very beginning. Early in section 3, you saw that management by objectives. And we'll dive into that, the EOC and the wheres so much, but you guys have a very specific function working with those that fill these roles. And that function being, you're going to be talking to your personnel within that structure. You're not going to fall within that structure. You have a very specific role in a policy group or the MAC group, because we need to know if we're going to be setting objectives for this problem set, what it is that you guys as elected officials want. There's a very big difference between the objectives and the tactics. The tactics you guys do not need to worry about. You need to say, this area within this amount of time, needs this to be done. That's going to empower your team to accomplish that. Where things that I have seen get squirrely is when we have the elected officials start working within the tactics. You're not a fire chief. You're not a, search and rescue. You're not, wildland firefighter. Or if you were, your job is different now. So knowing where you fit into that puzzle is really, really big and is really going to help your team accomplish that.
Stay in your box.
Yeah.
And this unit, we have to go through all these management characteristics, all that. But like you said, most of these you guys aren't going to be dealing with it. This unit is so that you kind of know how or what we're thinking of when we come to you with this sort of information.
There is a method to the madness.
Yep.
But don't add to the madness. Just work within the methods that exist.
Stay in your lane.
So as far as facilities and locations go, again, we've got a lot of things already determined. You guys approved the county emergency operations plan last year. Don't know how many of you read it or anything, but they've designated a lot of locations for different things. An incident command post is something that we set up on most of our incidents. We know where that's at. We know, if we're out and we need a big incident command post, what buildings might we use? A lot of that's been pre-designated in Natrona County. We've got mobile command units. We've got mini mobile command units. We can do a lot of different things with our facilities and locations. One of the other things they're talking about here is that when I show up on, I go to North Carolina to help that buddy out with a hurricane deployment. I show up and they say, hey, go to the command post. The command post is located here. I know exactly what a command post is. It's not something that might be different for this crew or, on this area. If they say go to a base camp, I know what that base camp means. If they're saying this is camp versus base camp, I know what that okay, now I know that there's probably, if we've got a base camp, there's probably spike camps out there or other places people are staying as well. So all of that goes back to integrating our facilities and that common terminology so that no matter where we're at, we kind of know what's going on. Information and intelligence, this typically falls under the planning section, but depending on the sort of incident, it can go a lot of different places. This is just collecting data, making sure that, hey, what's the National Weather Service telling us we're going to have for weather coming up? You talk a hurricane deployment, you've got people out on the water, you've got all these search and rescue operations. They want to know what's going on with weather, right? Wildland fire, the three things that drive it: fuel, weather, topography. FWT, that W is huge. So we want to know what our weather is doing. Intelligence. We get a big standoff, or we get something where we're working with law enforcement, like on my side of it with the investigation side. We're gathering intelligence. We're managing that information. Are we using Teams? Are we using Google Drive? Seems like a small little detail, but when you're talking about bringing people from umpteen different agencies together on a large scale incident, that's something that has to be managed, right? We have to decide very early on, what are we going to use? And with that one, really, it comes down to who's in charge of the incident or who has the overall authority. They're going to be the ones that make that decision. So we used Google for a long time, and the county just switched to Teams. So last year, like the marathon, that was the first one where we really used Teams, right? For it.
The last one I'll be using Teams.
But we used that planned event to kind of practice with Teams. We're like, all right, we've got a lot of time. We're not trying to do all of this on the fly. Let's practice with Teams. Let's see how this goes. And so, yeah, we were able to say, yeah, that's not working so well for what we want to do with it. So we're going to move back to Google. But on the Fed side of things, Feds use Google. You probably saw or I keep getting on my federal email, like I keep getting the little, you need to log back into Teams here, or there's an issue with your account because I'm not logged in. They use Teams almost exclusively. So it's a small little detail, but when you're bringing a lot of people together, it does matter. So this is kind of a thing I won't belabor it anymore of who does what on the incident. I already kind of talked about all of these once already. I went through what they do, how they operate. If you hear someone that they say, hey, this is the logs chief, or this is the logistics section chief, that's what they do. They might have 18 people working underneath them in different units or different branches, but their overall goal is to support and help take care of everyone on that incident there. We already talked about kind of establishing that incident command. This one says that the most qualified person at the scene is designated. That's not always how it goes on our day-to-day incidents. Oftentimes that's not. Yeah, look, it worked out really well that those guys went on that call right before. I don't know if you guys heard the sirens or saw the ambulance or anything, like right before we started this, but it worked out really well on that one. They might have, that's a big deal to the person they called 911. But overall, our objectives are not going to be super complex, right? It's a great one to start working with folks that are taking on those sort of things. We get a large scale incident, you're not going to have someone trying their first time running incident command. You're not going to have someone, that's an intern or someone where we're trying to teach them management by objectives. That's where we're going to start putting that most qualified person into it. Typically, the two things that come up is either the most qualified or the first person on scene. And if someone else that's more qualified shows up, you can turn it over to them. Sometimes you'll hear that of, hey, do you want to run this or do you want me to? Especially if we start getting into wildland season. We have folks in this county that are very, very highly qualified, but on any given day, they might be riding backseat on an engine. They might be the low-level firefighter that happens to be on that apparatus that day. So you'll hear folks when they get on scene say, you're more, able to do this. Do you want to do this or do you want me to? So we share very well around here. Other places, not so much. This is meant to cover the entire country, this curriculum. So the incident commander's role, I've talked about this a lot. I've discussed what they do, how they do it, providing that information, coordinating. You remember that very complex graphic earlier where the incident commander is managing everything on that side of the screen, and they're just coordinating with everyone on the other side of the screen for what they need or what needs to be done. So the incident commander, that's their overall role. And now comes kind of the senior officials role. So you guys, how you fit into some of this. So you guys at the very beginning delegate authority to manage the incident. So I printed out Evansville town ordinances there. They kind of skip a bunch because I just selected the ones I wanted to be printed. They're all there. I know the ambulance side and the fire side ones really well because it's what we study. It's what I know. It's what I've taught. You guys just go thinking about the fire department one. I believe it's section 18 there. You establish a fire department, and then right up and bless you, say that, hey, we're the leader of the fire department is going to be the fire chief. Fire chief is going to have the authority to manage all those incidents. Right there, through we call it statutory authority, you guys are delegating the authority to manage the incident or to manage fire incidents to the fire chief through statutory authority. So the chief can delegate that out as well. So he doesn't go on every single call with us. He's trying to manage the entire department as well. Large scale incident, he goes and he manages those, right? So if you look through those, you have delegated the authority through a statutory delegation to the fire chief to manage those incidents. What ends up happening, we'll get into it a little bit more on the next slide, is sometimes they reach beyond what our chiefs might be able to manage. They reach beyond what anyone in the county might be able to manage, and we have to bring in another crew. I'll get back to these other points here, but because the other slide talks about delegation of authority, I want to mention it. So I believe Chief Malson, he's a type 4 incident commander. So we rank incidents on 5 different levels, 5 being the smallest, 1 being the largest. So you've heard me mention type 1 incident management teams a couple of times already. Type 1 is the largest of our large incidents. Those are our big wildland fires. Those are our hurricanes. Those are our tornadoes. Those are our national special security events. Those are the ones where it's not uncommon to see 100 to 150 person incident management team just managing the incident, let alone the actual boots on the ground folks. So our chief here, he's a type 4 incident commander. It takes a lot of work to get even to that level. So he's a type 4 IC is what we call it. That incident starts reaching those type 3, type 2 levels. He may not be able to manage that just with his experience, his resources, and I'm not trying to put him down at all. I'm just saying that those incidents start getting beyond what we here have the ability. We have 2 type 3 ICs, is that right, in Natrona County? Ethan Harshen. Is that right?
Yeah.
So I believe in Natrona County right now qualified, we have 2 type 3 ICs. So folks that are in the county that work for various agencies who are fully qualified at that type 3 level. So they can manage those incidents. They've got all the check marks. They've got everything to do that. We start getting beyond that, we're calling for help. We typically are going to order up what we call an incident management team. It's basically a team that comes in, they're fully qualified, they have all of those positions filled, and they're going to come in and we're going to ask them to manage this incident. When they come in, until they get one of these documents, a delegation of authority signed, they're Joe Blow off the street. It doesn't matter what their background is. Legally, through the statutes, it doesn't matter who they are until they get a delegation of authority signed by the jurisdiction. So if it's a large scale incident in the town of Evansville, we may be asking for a delegation of authority to be signed over to an incident management team that is going to give them the authority to manage that incident. So within that delegation of authority, typically we list out the day that they're going to take over, who the incident commander is, what sort of authorities or restrictions you're going to give them. In the wildland world, like I said, most teams come in with one that's already pre-filled out, fill in the blank, here, sign on this one. Other times you may not see that. you guys can put financial restrictions. You can only spend up to this much money without coordinating with us. Hey, I want you to talk with me. I want you to coordinate with me every day. Every other day, I want to have a meeting with the incident commander. Any sort of political things that you guys see or want. So the big one in the wildland world is full suppression versus management burns. I mentioned a little bit earlier. A few years back, the governor of Montana came out and said, we are going to go full suppression on all wildland fires. If you guys don't know, fire is actually good for forests, clears out a lot of the old fuels. One of the reasons that we have such large wildland fires nowadays is because for years and years, they said we're going to try to put every fire out as fast as we can. And so dead fuels and other things built up for years and years and years. And now they spread faster because there's all this dead fuel already there. So that's why over the last decade or so, they switched back to they get to a fire, they say, hey, we can control this fire with a bigger box and let this box burn first. And that way we're not back here in another year with a bigger and even worse fire. And so that we call those management burns. We're burning for the management of the resources, of the natural resources there, versus we're going to go full suppression. We are going to put this fire out as fast as we possibly can. So a few years back in Montana, the governor said we're going full suppression on all of these fires. So if it was a state-run fire, their delegation of authority to the management team said you will put every fire out as fast as it comes up. Whereas if it was a Forest Service or a BLM fire, they would put in a delegation of authority. This is a management burn. This is a fire where we are going to burn for resource management. Those are all folks that have forestry backgrounds, like people at real high levels making those decisions. That's not typically something you guys are going to have to make the decision on. But it's an example of you can put political implications or what your priorities are. Are we burning for full suppression, or are we burning for management here? It's just one of those little details that can go into a delegation of authority. There's going to be evaluation. So every incident management team, when they leave, they submit an evaluation to the agency administrator or the authority having jurisdiction and says, hey, will you give us an evaluation that said how well we did? Did we meet your objectives? Did we accomplish what you wanted us to accomplish? Did we communicate well with you? So you're going to get the chance to continue to communicate with them, to continue to evaluate them throughout. Like I said, oftentimes they'll say, hey, we want you guys to be, in tight with the liaison officer and the PIO for public information releases, things like that. All of that goes into it to the delegation of authority. And most incident management teams are going to show up and they're going to have one of these pre-filled out and say, hey, tell us what you want for PIO or tell us what you want for financial restrictions. And then, they'll write those in and sign here on the dotted line. The county has some of those already, some of those fill in the blank ones ready to go as well, because they're very prepared. That's Natrona County Emergency Management. They know what they're doing. They've got their stuff there ready to go. All right, so going back to that other slide about the roles of senior officials. You may have to activate specific legal authorities. I tried to print out, and I don't think it ended up going the evacuation code or the state statutes on who can issue evacuations. Hate to break it to you. I can also break it to him. Emergency managers, senior and elected officials cannot actually issue evacuation orders in the state of Wyoming. It can come from the county fire warden, the fire chief, or the on-scene incident commander of a hazardous incident. Weirdly, that's tucked into the electrical inspection code for Wyoming. We say statutes, gotta love them when you're trying to read them. But there's a specific clause that states who can issue evacuation warnings. Now, when we do start talking about legal principles, going back to COVID, some places had the ability for senior officials to shut down, to issue restrictions on travel, issue restrictions on people moving, issue the stay-at-home orders, things like that. So depending on jurisdictional ordinances, what sort of things you can issue specific legal authorities. You may start to oversee resource coordination. A lot of that comes into play. We needed, during the pandemic, we were talking about washing sheets and getting commercial washers for ambulance stuff. When we were trying to clean a lot of our linens over and over and over on the county level even more than normal. So we started reaching out to hotels, and because hotels were empty, and we said, hey, would you guys be able to wash extra linens for us? Yeah, and we're like, all right, that's awesome. We're like, oh, we don't have anyone that can actually do that. So we contacted, hey, do we have public works employees? Do we have bus drivers? Things like that, where, hey, they're just looking for work right now because there's nothing going on. Can we start utilizing some of your resources there? We utilized rec center personnel to help with just some of our timekeeping in the EOC. It was shut down. They weren't doing anything. Hey, do you have some of these resources that may want to jump in and help us? So that there's a lot of different roles, and a lot of it just ends up being that problem solving. We come to you and we're like, I don't really know what else to do, or we don't know, this incident's been going on. We're struggling to fill this role. Do you guys have an idea? Do you have anyone or anything that may be able to assist us? All right, so the incident management roles, this goes back, and if you look at what's in the black there, this is the 4 components of command and coordination. So we've already talked about most of this, right? It's FEMA. They repeat things. They like I said, they pay their graphic designer based on the number of graphics they make. So they're going to put it in words. They're going to put it in a black and white graphic. They're going to put it in a color graphic. Incident commander manages the scene. The EOC provides resources, helps coordinate amongst everything else that's going on. EOCs are great for shelters. When you need sheltering operations for evacuating folks, EOCs are great for helping us set up shelters. Because shelters are a whole other can of worms that require a lot of coordination. Joint information system, that's how those public information officers, that's how we're coordinating the information going out. Are we evacuating east of King Street or west of King Street? The joint information system is what's making sure that we all use the word east and not the word west. Senior officials in the MAC group, you guys are providing us with that authority, whether it's through a statutory delegation or a new delegation of authority. You're given that mission or the strategic direction of what you guys want to see accomplished here, and helping us change or accept new policy based on what's going on here. We're allowed to work up to 96 hours at the station before we're required to take time off. When we're short staffed, things like that, we can work 96 hours and we're required to take time off. It's a great policy. I'm not sitting here arguing that it needs to be changed. We get a large scale incident, an all hands, everyone over and over and over. We may be saying, hey, just so you guys know, we're going to have to break this policy, or can we change this policy for the time being, just for the duration of this incident, because of this, that, or the other, or ABC. So those are the sort of details. Those are those policy changes. Hey, this person is out there trying to work on this incident. They need to buy new tires, or they need to get this. It's going to be, our reimbursable expense, or it's something that they need if they want to get out of there. We need to raise the limit on their purchase card. Can you do that? Those are the sort of policy things that we may be asking. All right, everyone doing good? And if anyone wants to grab sandwiches, go and do a working and keep going, go for it. Won't offend me or anything, but I'll keep powering through Unit 3 here. So our command staff. So we talked about the incident commander. The command staff are those who answer directly to the incident commander. So they're not operations, planning, logistics, or finance. These are the 3 positions who answer directly to the incident commander. We already talked about a little bit of the PIO role. So they're the ones that talk about getting information out to the general public. They're the ones that have typically look the nicest. Their uniforms are actually clean as compared to the rest of us. And they're going to be the ones that are very well spoken and get up to put in or get information out, whether it's at a news conference, whether it's a Facebook post, whether it's a news release, whether it's an emergency alert that's going out to everyone. They're the ones that they're looking at. Are we making sure we use east or west? When we tell people to evacuate, where are we telling them to evacuate to? During COVID, when we were talking about case numbers, talking about that, what's open, what's not. They would build out an entire transcript of what they were going to say before everything happened. The PIO, they're the ones that are putting information out, but they're also collecting that information. They're the ones that are sitting there watching the comments, seeing what's going on, seeing what sort of information people are asking for, because that's going to turn around and make them better on their next release, on their next post, anything like that, right? The liaison officer, like I said, that's my role. And the way I always put it is, to the incident commander, you don't want the fire management officer, you don't want the mayor, you don't want the head of the county commissioner or whatever to necessarily have your direct number and be calling that incident commander and saying, what about this, what about this, what about this? I am that go-between. So that's just on the senior official side. It could be, hey, we've got this homeowners association. They're trying to get a hold of us and get this information to us, or they have this. Hey, this water district in the area has this equipment that they're offering to us. So rather than giving out the incident commander's phone number, desk number, whatever it might be, my job is to act as that collector of information, that filter. Because after our command and general staff meetings in the morning, typically, I'm then going out and meeting with all of those organizations and saying, hey, these are our priorities. This is what we're doing today. This is what we're going to need from you today. This is what we're thinking about for tomorrow. And based on that, this is what we're thinking we're going to need from you tomorrow or the next day or whatever. So I like to call it kind of a filter of both information in and out, not necessarily facing the general public, but facing all of our stakeholders. So Coal Creek, the Coal Creek Homeowners Association, or whatever their each area is called, he's on it, so I make fun of him. If we get a big incident out there and they're trying to call that incident commander, I'm gonna say, hey, dude, no, you got to go through me. And that's more just with him, but we're gonna be saying you don't necessarily need to call that incident commander directly. They're thinking about a lot of different things. I become that go-between as the liaison officer. I keep saying it could be a different liaison officer. There's lots of them out there. And then the safety officer. The safety officer is in charge of all safety on the scene. So they're going to evaluate the objectives, the strategies, and the tactics and make sure that everything we're doing, not only are we maintaining and thinking about safety for everyone, but also are we making sure that we're considering the things that could go wrong. So they're thinking about everything from within the command post. Are we taping down our wires, our plugins? Are we making sure that we're not overloading outlets and starting fires? One of the ones they dealt with last year was the safety officer told this camp crew, you need to move that generator away from the command post because the exhaust is blowing right in. They told the camp crew multiple times, do this. They didn't. Suddenly they had a bunch of people getting sick from CO inhalation because they're sitting there breathing in the exhaust from it. They're also looking at our helicopter operations. Do we have safe landing zones for them? Do we have suppression in case something happens at one of the heli spots? They're looking at every single detail out there, and that's where you're going to see a lot of additional deputy safety officers. You'll see line safety officers, people whose job is just to think about safety on this incident. And the buck stops with them. There are two people that can stop the incident, stop all operations. As the incident commander and the safety officer. And so the incident commander can say, hey, stop everything. Everyone come back to camp. We're done for the day. We're not doing anything more. Pull everyone out back. Public information officer can't. The logistics chief can't. The operations section chief can't even do that. The incident commander and the safety officer. So to become a safety officer, it takes almost just as much experience as it takes to become that incident commander, because they have a lot of liability. Something goes wrong on that incident, they're going to be right in the middle of the investigation. We talked about the general staff. That's at operations, planning, logistics, and finance. We call it the FLOP, finance, logistics, operations, planning, because again, we all like acronyms and it's easy to remember. So the general staff down there, they're the ones that we start as that incident grows. The incident commander can't manage all of it, so he starts designating, hey, you're going to be my operations section chief. You're going to be my logistics section chief. And they start taking those roles and filling those positions and the tasks at hand. And the incident management team is just saying we're putting all of that together. And with that, they're going to load out as a crew. So if you call for an incident management team, we have kind of an ad hoc one here that we're kind of in the process of building back up. Used to have a pretty robust one, and then over the years as people retire and leave, things change, but we're in the process of building that back up. But when you order an incident management team, you know you're getting all of those positions. You are getting folks that are qualified in that are totally signed off, that are ready to go, They're going to come in, ask for that delegation of authority, and they're going to manage that incident based on those 14 characteristics that we saw earlier. So each position is great. We can go out, we call it single resourcing, kind of like an a la carte option. Like we go out, as a single. You want to order the 5-course, 7-course meal. That's what this is. This is you're getting the whole team coming in. That whole team is going to come in. They're going to take over management of it. So that was that drill I was talking about in March that we had. It was a drill for the Natrona County Incident Management Team for us to work through that, for us to have those conversations and start to determine, how would this work? How would that work? How is this all going to come together? So again, one of the great graphical representations. This is just saying that as your incident complexity goes up, your management and your overall structure is going to grow as well. So, like I said, the fall right down over here, you're going to get, 2 to 4 people responding to that, depending on staffing. They're going to manage it. They don't need a whole lot of additional resources. We get I believe that's the OKC bombing there picture. We get something like that. We get, a station fire, things, those large incidents. That's when we need a lot more folks to help manage that. All right, so we talked quite a bit about things that affect the complexity of our incidents around here. Like I said, our biggest one, the thing we call it our bread and butter over there, is wildland fire, right? Fuel, weather, topography. We know when those red flag days are up. We know when we're dealing with that. I know that over the next 2 weeks we're looking at a bunch of rain coming in. So we're already starting to communicate like, hey, our flooding risks, things like that. What might we be seeing? Around here, weather is one of the biggest complexities that we have. The other reason is that, or the other one that comes to mind immediately is that for some reason we like to have big incidents on Labor Day. I don't know what it is, but Labor Day weekend, we tend to get things. What happens on Labor Day is we've got a lot of people taking vacations. We have a lot of people maybe acting up into positions they're not typically in. That might affect our complexity, right? Are those folks that are in those positions ready to take that sort of responsibility on? Or do we need to call for assistance quick? On the search and rescue side, they see, weather is a big deal, right? How are you managing, not only a missing person, but the safety of those that are looking for them on that a search? So a lot of different things that we look at, some time frames. How long do we need to be self-sufficient? Typically on the fire side, we're ready to be self-sufficient for up to 72 hours if we go out on something. So we know that most of us on our trucks, we carry food and water for up to 72 hours. Usually we don't have to do that, but it's one of those that we're ready to do based on the protocols that we have established. But we also want to know, what happens past that. Hopefully logistics is in place, right? They teach you that when you become an engine boss for Wildland. So one of the first things you want to think about when you get to an incident, where am I sleeping? Where's the coffee? And where am I going to the bathroom? Because they're thinking about it for their crew of taking care of those that answer to them. And it's one of those things that we all start thinking about. We've got food here, right? Like we started to think about that a month ago when we were planning this course. Where's it going to be? Where we know the bathrooms and all that, but what are we going to do since we have lunchtime over this? I kept wanting to say where are we going to eat, but it's here. But yeah, how are we going to do that when it comes to things being over lunch? So this is an example of an expanding incident. So autumn day, parent calls 911 to report a missing 7-year-old, Woodin area adjacent to a coastal area. Sounds like Oregon, right there. So they send out a crew. You got the incident commander kind of managing everything. The safety officer is going to make sure that, hey, we're looking over everyone's safety here. The liaison officer is going to start coordinating with all the different response groups coming in. You got coastal areas. You may start talking Coast Guard. Wooded areas, you might be talking about Smokey Bear and the Forest Service. Public information officer is going to be talking with people, make sure we're getting the name or getting the, maybe a name or a picture out there, but also making sure we're telling people to stay out of the way. So they're going to start with that. As they start getting more folks there, they're going to build out. In this case, right now, all they need is that operations section. So the incident commander trying to manage everything, they say, all right, I'm going to put this person in charge of operations. But then operations has a whole lot more going on. So they're going to have a staging area. Hey, when I get resources, stay here, and then I will give you an assignment, tell you where to go. We're going to have a group that's just our EMS personnel. We may start spreading them out. So if we find this child, we've got some sort of medical crew in the area to very quickly respond and be able to take care of them, and also to be able to respond in case one of our folks gets injured. We're going to have our search groups. Our search group, they may, or as it starts to grow, they may start breaking that down a little bit more, saying, all right, underneath the search group, we're going to have a strike team of canines, and we're going to have all of our volunteer searchers. They're going to be managed by additional personnel. And then if it's a questionable or weird circumstance, then they're going to start building out that investigation group. Those that are looking into, maybe is there an abduction here? Is there, a false report? What exactly do we have going on? So as that incident progresses, it grows and grows and grows. Another one there, as they start getting more folks showing up, they have to start thinking about how are they taking care of everyone on that scene. So we have to start getting planning. So get plans in there. They're going to start doing our resource tracking, making sure that we've got all of our personnel tracked and accounted for. Logistics is going to start thinking about where are these people sleeping, where are these people going to eat, and where are they going to go to the bathroom. But they're also going to start thinking about, all right, do we have internet in the incident command post? Do we have a good incident command post? Are we currently operating, and I don't know how many searches or incidents I've been on with him where we're operating maybe outside of or inside of his pickup. That might be our incident command post for the time being, but do we need to look at getting an additional command post or finding an area that we can run things out of? They're going to start thinking about all of those details. Food, where are we getting food from? On the wildland side, there are very specific nutritional requirements for that food. If you're going to feed a crew a sack lunch, how many calories does it have? What sort of nutrients is it providing? All of those details, like on the wildland side, are required. Not necessarily on the all hazard side, but it's one of those things we look to for guidance, right? You can't just give someone a couple pieces of bread and a slice of cheese and say, hey, here's your lunch. That food unit is specifically looking at not only, where are we getting food from, but is it going to be the right type of food for what they're doing? Is it going to meet the nutrient requirements? And the food group, even on a large scale incident, they're the ones that are doing the food safety side of it. They're making sure that, the water is getting tested, that all the different swabs and all of that are being done. So that there's a lot that goes into large scale incident management. Again, not something you guys are typically going to have to deal with, but it's important to know that it goes on, right? So we talked about unified command. Unified command, we're coming together to work. Multiple agencies coming together. Area command is another principle, a little bit different, but area command, it's very rare to see. But this is when we have a lot of very complex incidents occurring throughout an area. And so you end up having an incident management team working each incident. But when we have the same sort of resources that need to be moving between, we may put area command over top of it. So this is the one time that the incident commander is not communicating directly with those senior officials. And again, this is in my 12, 13 years doing all of this now. I've seen area command activated nationwide, I think 3 times, or in different areas throughout the country. I haven't seen it in Wyoming in a long time, other than on small scales when we're just working on different things. But area command is when we put someone in charge, and really area command is there for resource management. They're saying, hey, we've got a rescue team on incident 3 that they no longer need. Let's get them very quick over to incident 1. Or, hey, you guys have all asked for 2 rescue teams apiece, and we only have 5 rescue teams total. So I'm going to be the one making the decision as area command to do this, or to give those rescue teams to these incidents. Incident 2, you're only going to get 1. The other 2 are going to get 2. They're the ones that are making that call. They're the ones that are making those decisions. It's really cross-incident type coordination. Area command takes even longer to become qualified to. and that there's I think 4 or 5 total in the nation anymore. And those teams are very rarely used, but when they are used, that means not only do we have a large incident, but we've got lots of large incidents, and they're typically looking at managing large geographical areas. So not like Natrona County, but like Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, Utah, and Colorado all together. We've got so many big incidents going on that they're going to manage that. So again, they touch on it there. There's lots of classes, things like that that you can take on area command, incident command, all of that. But that's kind of the overall idea of it. So, all right, we're through Unit 3. That was a lot of like what we do, how our world works. I promise you that moving forward, we're going to get more into the senior official side. But they kind of start with that, like, hey, here's kind of how we manage it. Here's what we do. And after that, we'll move into we'll talk about emergency operations centers, and then the senior officials' specific roles, and then we'll get into preparedness. So let's take a break. We'll grab some food real quick. EOC, and I was gonna wait for Daisha to get back to really start up, but.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
Come here.
care
Thank
if we're there or not, but, and the other one is planning and preparedness, which is also his, so, yeah, if you guys had wondered when the email invites and all that first went out, why he was on it, is because there's a decent portion of this that really does affect county emergency management, that they're directly involved in and all that, so, I feel like I've been up here just talking at you guys a lot. Again, if there are any questions, anything comes up, just speak up, say what you want. If you feel like I'm off base on anything, again, say it, tell me, all of that. But I'm gonna be deferring to Mike on some of this stuff coming up here as well. So, Emergency Operations Center, that is, those are our objectives, there we go. So, Emergency Operations Center is a part of that command and coordination component. So again, where most of our incident management world lives, like the Emergency Operations Center is right there in the middle of it. So these are locations where multiple agencies are gonna come together to help address whatever is going on. So I like to show people or tell people like, yo, you're good. We just barely got into it. And we're talking about emergency operations centers, so. But these are locations where if we can't solve it with our boots on the ground, the EOC is the best place to get those kind of weird requests or weird things taken care of. So imminent threats or hazards, they're looking, at the overall county. They're not going to just look at our incident. They're looking at everything else going on. So like during the marathon, the EOC is open. We kind of use it as a quasi command center in a way as well, but the EOC is starting to think about, we've got this medical resource in this location. The runners are all past there. Where are we going to move that resource to? So an on-scene person may say, hey, I want to move it here. If we start getting a lot of people going down in another area, that EOC resource or that EOC may say, hey, no, let's go ahead and float them over this direction. Let's go ahead and get them this way. On scene, if we can't, if we're struggling to manage the food, since we're, our etiology, we're starting to struggle with getting the, enough food or enough people there. That's something that may get bumped up to that EOC. They're starting to look at those kind of non-typical things that we're not used to managing on the on-scene level, and how is that going to be managed? The other side of it that you'll see, and again, it's one of those wonderful graphics, right? There's on a large scale incident, there's going to be lots of operations centers. And there you'll also see that this curriculum was actually written in 2008, but updated in 2019. They've started to move away from the term emergency operations centers because it kind of gives the feeling of like they're managing operations or they're managing or commanding that scene, and they're moving towards the term coordination centers. So you'll hear, I don't know if WOS has done it, but the state health department now has a coordination center instead of an operations center. Just trying to help differentiate what their actual purpose is. They're not operations focused, they're coordination focused. But you get a large incident, you're gonna have EOCs from all over the place. And they're all gonna be working together. During COVID, we were talking with the State Office of Homeland Security Operations Center, the Wyoming Department of Health Operations Center, the Governor's Operations Center. They all had their own separate ones. We were talking with other operations centers across the state. We were talking with FEMA Region 8. We were talking with the CDC Operations Center. We're talking with all of these different operations centers because all of them were standing their own up. So the EOC really, they're that place where information comes to and where requests go out of. So they're really good at collecting information. We may have spotty service or cover internet out on location. These are the folks that are able to get us a lot of that information. They can get into to camera systems, communication things. They may become a repeater for us. Hey, we need this resource. They may be looking at another incident on the other side of the county and saying, hey, we can get you that resource through there or through this. The incident commanders don't know that those resources are going to be led up, but the EOC is going to know. They're going to start thinking about not just how are we managing what's going on now, but also what's going to be moving towards the future. You know, if we get a big wildland fire at the beginning of August, we evacuated a bunch of people. We put them up in a high school as a shelter. Got great sheltering operations, all of that going on. That's all fine and dandy. That's awesome. They're gonna start thinking, hey, school's gonna be coming up here pretty soon. We gotta start thinking about that. Where are we gonna move these folks? Sheltering is a big deal. We might be using one of the schools as a command post. Schools over the summer make great fire command posts. These guys are gonna, start thinking about what all resources are we using there. Are we overwhelming the internet? Are we starting to get into this school time? And they might help provide some of the policy coordination. In Wyoming, our emergency managers operate most of our EOCs on the county level, which is why he's here. It's great. The one thing is that in Wyoming, like just saying before we started, emergency managers have all sorts of different roles and responsibilities and management structures within Wyoming. These guys answer to the sheriff. These guys, him and his partner in emergency management, they are a part of the Natrona County Sheriff's Office. There's a couple others throughout the state that are like that. Some of their own standalone agencies. Some also operate as the fire wardens for the county. Some have direct lines to commissioners. Some have maybe a county emergency manager, but also one of the cities in there has their own emergency manager in there. So they all have different management levels, different people that they answer to. They all come from different backgrounds and are going to manage things slightly differently. And so that's where getting to know our folks, having that face-to-face, what are, how are they going to run this? What permissions do they need? We have a big incident. I'm like, hey, I think we need to open up the EOC for this. He can't just open it. He still has to go through certain processes, right? So knowing what those are, knowing what their functions are here, operating out of the sheriff's office versus someone that maybe operates directly to the commissioners is important. And that's why we coordinate. That's why we have those drills like I was talking about. That's why we work in a lot of different special events to practice that. So this is where we start really getting down into the weeds. EOCs can be structured a lot of different ways depending on who's running it, the EOC director, whether they use an ICS-like or incident support model type. Do you want to talk about how you guys typically set up your EOC if needed? Without getting too far,
So if you're kind of noticing a theme a little bit, there's a difference between command and coordination. So command is incident command system, ICS. We just spent that. Now we're kind of shifting gears into this coordination element. Coordination is less tactics, it's more objectives, more getting the command and the operations that are occurring what they need. So you guys really fall more into the coordination category than the command side. So knowing what the EOC is, how it operates, where it's at, is all important in any incident. Now, there is a way that we typically run our EOC, and that is in what we call an integrated command and coordination component. That's mainly because we're in Wyoming. We don't have that many people. If we have an incident, we're probably pulling either on-duty staff or additional staff, but we just don't have that many folks. So to be able to set up a EOC and then set up a command post over here and then a command post over here, we start running out of people probably about the point that we finish staffing our EOC. So we have to think about that. So what we do is we integrate both of those functions often. We integrate both of those functions. And what that does is pull in that command and coordination under one roof. Now, that being said, all of the functions you have listed in front of you is on the visual there, as far as what the structure is and what they focus on, remains the same. We really focus on two big things: scarce resource management. So who needs what, where, and how do we get it to them? And then the other component is the deconflicting that often that happens. So we can reference COVID. That's a really good one because it seemed to last forever. And it really was a EOC in the coordination side of the house. So you have one jurisdiction that has one idea, another jurisdiction that has another, and another, like a public health department that has another idea. Who's right? And if they're all fighting over one thing, who gets it? Like, how does that happen? Well, that comes into this organizational structure, the team that's working within this, and the delegations that they've received to make that call and determination. So that's why you guys need to understand where this is at. Also, don't think of the EOC as a physical location so much as a way in which we're operating. Now, it's really nice when we have a physical location to do this, but this has been going on more virtually at times. So you may be getting calls for a policy group briefing, or your senior official from this council may get a call for a policy group briefing, and it might be virtual. Now, don't get us wrong, that's still a part of the EOC function. That is still something that's going on through this effort, but it's not so much the location, but it's the things that are occurring out of that just as much.
So as far as the scarce resources go, March of 21, we had that wicked snowstorm come in. That dumped like 36 inches in 24 hours. And because of where I live, like I was one of the few that could get to the station. So I think we broke policy. I ended up stacking like 100 plus hours because nobody else could get in, right? So we had a virtual EOC open. We were doing briefings twice a day, talking, and something happens out at the end of Coal Creek. How are we going to get there? Things like that we're starting to discuss. The county has a Hagelin vehicle. They're the like cubes with the tracks on them that go just about anywhere. Like that's great and all for that area, but what about out here? These guys were able to get a hold. We were like, it's a scarce resource. These guys were able to get a hold of a vendor who happened to have a couple in the area and said, yeah, if you guys need them, just call. Like we'll get out there. Like we were able to have some of those like that we didn't have the ability to ask for, but they did at that level and say, hey, like if we need additional vehicles or specialized resources to get out there, how are we going to do that? And that was something that EOC was like, oh no, we got you guys handled. We'll get some staged out that way because they had that contact. They knew who to call for those sort of things. So it's our EOC functions very, very well because we all know each other, because we're all close. Like he's at my wedding, I'm at his house once a month anymore. Like we're working on other projects. Like we all know each other real well, so we can operate very, very efficiently and effectively. So some other benefits, like I said, typically an incident management team comes in, we're thinking 14 days. We get 14 days of work and then they're turning over. Then a new team's going to come in if it's a long-term incident. EOCs provide some stability. They're thinking about long-term operations. You're going to have the same people working it. That's one of the differences between being an IMT personnel and a local county level person. Is whether you're going to bounce from incident to incident to incident, or whether you're going to be an incident occurs, you're going to be in it for the long term. They have a lot more of the local knowledge. Like I said, if we had an incident management team come in for that blizzard, they're going to go to the EOC and say, do you guys have any more of these vehicles? We don't even know what they are, like what, and they're going to be like, yep, we got that for you. Do we, like on the wildland world, do we have a wildland fire mitigation plan in place? What is our mobilization guide? What do those sort of things say that outsiders may not know? They may have really good knowledge on how to manage an incident and how to command everything that's going on. They don't know that coordination aspect. I need just about anything, whether it's on an incident, whether it's a bit, something big, or I'm just like, I don't know who has the best this, that, or the other in town. I could probably call him and he knows. And like I said earlier, if he doesn't know, like he probably knows somebody that knows. That is their role. That is that office's job when it comes to these large scale incidents. They're also really good at sending out that shared situational picture. And so that shared situational picture is what you guys as those senior officials or as that MAC group will typically get. Like I said, those coordination calls, something where you're saying, all right, here's what we have, here's what's going on, and send that out. Usually we see it like every morning. on an incident. So operational briefing, depending on the incident, will occur in the morning, and then we end up with or messaging that goes out. So it's the liaison officer. I'll do that for the incident management team itself. They'll do it for a lot of the local agencies or knowledge. So when Pedro Mountain Fire kicked off in 2019, I think it was, kind of right there on the Natrona-Carbon County border, I was working at the hospital as the emergency manager there, and I was getting emails every morning from him. Hey, here's the situation report. Here's what's going on for our community partners, so that you guys know what's happening here. So that's again one of those roles of the EOC. One of those that, again, we talked about monetary spending thresholds, right? A couple different times. That's a big deal for senior officials. That's one of those things that the EOC may come to you guys just at the beginning and say, hey, how much are you guys able to appropriate for this incident? And, once we start getting into delegation of authorities, or not delegation of authorities, I'm sorry, emergency declarations and all of that, we'll have a lot more money coming in for reimbursement. But that's reimbursement, right? We have to spend that first before we can pick that up on the back end. And so they'll come in and they'll have a financial person, typically one of the chiefs or someone that's been around a long time, who may sit down with all the senior officials and say, all right, this is how the money is going to flow on this incident.
That was exactly what's gonna be my question of how the heck would we possibly know, budget wise, be oh yeah, only this, be
And that's where they'll have someone that comes in and sits down and says, and when he gets back in, I'll ask. So in Wyoming, it's all ratio based. So it's typically based on population. So every jurisdiction has to spend a certain amount. Last I knew it was $82 a person before you could ask for help at the next level. So based on your population, local, once it gets past that, when you ask technically for county help, we kind of throw that away around here because we have mutual aid and we can ask for anyone in the county anyway. But on those where people or towns and counties don't get along so well, it's not necessarily like that. And then before we go to the state, when the overall bill for that incident comes in, they're going to say, all right, you guys are responsible for this much. The county is responsible for this much. The state is responsible for this much. And the feds are going to pick up this much. They're kind of in the process of reworking that on the wildland fire world on the state level. So that's how it is right now. Later on, and there's a whole state account called the ESFA, the Emergency Fire Suppression Account that everyone puts into every year, and then all of that money goes towards big suppression fires. Last year, obviously we had a lot of them around the state. So they're looking at kind of reworking how some of that works because of big years like we've had recently. But they'll come in and they'll say, hey, we just need this to get started. And then we'll come back. We'll start talking about long-term effects, what that looks like. Because when we're talking a big disaster, even the flooding from 2023, that is still going on. They are still dealing with the financial side of that. And that was June, because it was CNFR. That was June of 2023, and they're still dealing with that in that office. And so it could be a while before we get that, but it's just like anything. We have to put our share in, right? We're a small jurisdiction where there's not a ton to it. And that 80 whatever number, that was from probably 6 years ago. So the way things change could be a lot different. I just haven't looked into the state policy side of it that much. But when he gets back in, or we can ask him if he knows those. But they're going to start breaking it out and say this is Evansville's responsibility at the end of it when that overall bill comes in. Because what ends up happening is when we need something, we do it, right? When we need something, we spend the money, we get what needs to be done. Then a lot of times we're figuring it out on the back end. I said I'm doing some finance work for incident management teams virtually. When the park fire kicked off in California last year, they were just calling for anyone and everyone, send them here, just give me a time card, I don't really care. We had probably 3 straight works of just sorting out through all of that. So we're talking a little bit about finances and monetary appropriations. So do you remember what the per capita numbers for jurisdictions is before or when it comes to state cost sharing?
As far as the declaration goes?
Yeah, so if there's a declaration when that final number comes out, what what it's based off of?
So there's a couple trigger points according to FEMA, and I think it's a moving goalpost at times. But if we need to make a declaration in Natrona County, we can have a cumulative total of 1.25 or individual, like there can be a local declaration, but I think it was like 750 or something like that. It's quite high.
On the county level?
No, on the municipal level.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, last I knew it was like $82 a person or something, but that was probably 2019 or so.
Yeah,
Where they
and I
broke it down
swear it's a
for that.
moving goalpost. And it depends on what type of declaration you're going after. You can get a U.S. Small SBA, Small Business Association assistance with a local declaration, but not a like declared disaster. You can get certain assistance at that level. It's expensive and it's very hard for us in Wyoming to reach at a municipal level. It's dang near impossible. It's really difficult. That's why when we ask for damage reports, it's really important that we get participation from all the municipalities, because this is probably what we're after. June of 23 was our last declaration, and we had to hit 1.25, and I think we hit like 1.25, 0.05. Like it was just over the limit in order to get that declaration. So that was tricky, and I think that was what you guys had issued or benefit from downstairs. And I think that, I don't know if there was other projects, Janelle probably.
Yeah. But and like I said, there's different types of assistance that we can request, public versus private versus small business. And that's where we've got elected and senior official turnover all over the county all the time, right? That's where that knowledge base, that when the EOC opens, we get a big thing, they're gonna sit down and start going over those details. Hey, for this one, we're looking at this sort of declaration, it's gonna take this much. Or this is gonna be a great public assistance, so we need to look at these levels. And then, yeah, it's FEMA, it's the federal government, so things are all, and based on, are we going for an FMAG, a Fire Management Assistance Grant, or are we looking for something else? All of those just change the way that our overall numbers end up being. But one of the most important things to realize is that you guys aren't going to be just left hanging out there to dry. That's where that EOC comes into play. That's where that EOC is great. They're going to sit down and say, all right, this is what we're going to need. This is how we're going to manage this. This is what we're going to be looking for you. Damage assessments are a huge thing with FEMA. That there are people who just make their lives going from incident to incident and doing damage assessments. They're certified to do those assessments and say, this is how much this it's going to cost to replace this. And they're not just looking at the replacement cost. They're also looking at, when we build it, how do we try to make sure that this doesn't happen again? That's the mitigation side as well. And so it really rolls right into, since we were talking about EOCs and all of that, it rolls into these next slides or into this next unit. So I'm just going to keep on rolling. So we were talking about we're literally still in here. I don't know why they split this up into two different units, but we're literally still in here. On those last slides, we started that whole conversation talking about EOCs. All we're doing now is talking about the other two. And they all go together. They're not super long units or anything, but the multi-agency coordination group, that's you guys. The MAT group, again, I've seen it come together in person once, or for one incident in Natrona County, and that was COVID. But it's not uncommon for us to try to get a representative from each jurisdiction on a conference call or in a meeting or something and say, hey, can we just get everyone together? We want to brief you on what's going on so that everyone's got a good idea about how or what the situation is. And we can start talking about some of those appropriations or some of those policies. We can, again, mutual aid. We've got great mutual aid around here. We can go just about anywhere. He can be on the other side of the county working a search and rescue mission and request us. But once we start hitting that 24-hour mark, okay, now we have to start talking about maybe changing policy. Hey, we've got this big thing going on. Can we continue to work out there? And if we do, what's going to be the fiscal responsibility? Who's going to have the administrative responsibility? So the MAC group can be brought together. It might not be one from everywhere, but everyone that's involved in that. And oftentimes we think of, elected officials, things like that. But again, we get out on Coal Creek, how many different homeowners associations do we have? You get up north and you've got water districts. You've got other things like that those are elected officials. You may not think about it like, you guys are elected officials sitting up here in council meetings every month, but at the same time, like, they want to have a say. They have policies. There's places where, maybe you can't take heavy equipment down the road on a dirt road, but we got to get heavy equipment out there for this incident. So we got to get a hold of the HOA and say, hey, sorry, we have to do this for the needs of the incident. And if they're throwing a fit, we may come to you guys and say, hey, can you guys help us smooth this over? Like, can we figure this sort of thing out? And so there's a lot, just all these little things that come up that are just perfect. I like to call them bread and butter issues, because when we teach ICS, we say you take the issue, you figure out whose bread and butter that is, and assign that issue to them and say, go do your thing. And when you have an issue, you figure out who takes care of it, put it in a box, and assign it to them. And so, like, those are those bread and butter issues for the MAC group, that interagency coordination, the figuring out those sort of little details. And on one, because it allows you guys to be a part of it. It allows you guys to be invested in it. You're getting the briefings and all that. There is nothing more frustrating than something going on locally, and like you're getting a briefing on what's going on, but you don't get to actually do anything or help. I had surgery. We had a big fire out off Coal Creek, and my hand is all casted up, and I was listening to them give updates and everything on the radio about where it was moving, all of this, and I was sitting there like, this sucks. Like, I want to be out there. I can't do anything. I can't. So I ended up handling the PIO side. I ended up handling the public release side for it. It's kind of how I fell into that position. But it was a duty that I could do to help. And when you guys start having start getting those briefings on a big incident, you're gonna want to be like, how can I help? What can I do? And that coordination with the EOC is huge. They're gonna start piling up that list of things to accomplish, and they may start saying, hey, that's a perfect thing to, let's get the MAC group on that. This MAC group is chomping at the bit. They're dialed. They've taken the 402 class. Let's get them working on that. So they provide that policy guidance. We talked about suppression versus not suppression. It might be, hey, we want to focus on, this neighborhood. Hey, our revitalization or our recovery plan, we want to focus on getting Reshaw Park back up. We want to get that up and running. We want that to be the first recovery priority, because we want that sort of community event. We want that community location. We want you to focus on communities or community locations rather than private locations. With the railroad, we've got the railroad coming in. We have to think about, like, it might be a pain sometimes when we're trying to get into or out of town, but that's also a decent source of revenue, and it's what keeps the refinery operating and all of that, right? So we want to start thinking about those big ticket items, those big money makers. We want to keep that up and operational. Where does that fit in to the overall priority list when we're talking about making sure that water is on to Brookhurst, or making sure that there's a sewer connection for King Street or whatever it might be? There's going to be a list of priorities, and you guys have the chance to say, like, no, this is our priority. This is what we want to focus on getting back up and running when it comes to the recovery process. When it comes to management processes, what is our overall management structure going to look like? Are we looking at, excuse me, and I keep going back to this, the easiest, are we looking at management burns or full suppression? And Natrona County, are we looking at doing a bunch of controlled burns, or are we going to let things just grow? That's a conversation, and one of those things that's kind of changing here over the last few years, as we're getting more into the controlled burn. The Mountain just did their annual one, but we're seeing more and more. We just did some down here on the north side of the dog park a few weeks back. It's doing things like that, cleaning up areas, kind of revitalizing them. and you guys get a say in that policy. As far as who comprises the MAT group, during COVID, him and I actually had like an hour-long like argument over the phone about this. I still remember, but it was one of those things. Like we had to decide who is it going to be. We can't just let everyone and their cousin in, right? It has to be those that actually have a stake in what's going on. Who actually has a stake, and it can get. It's just like an EOC. Anything else, it can get too big. And we might say, or they may say, hey, we need a representative from Evansville. So it might be the mayor. Maybe she's gone. Who's next on the list? We want a representative from. When we're looking at fires, oftentimes you'll see like a.
She just got anxious right when you said that.
But again,
Geisha would be next in line.
that's why you're in the training, and that's why we're all here to
Just
support
breathe,
it.
Geisha.
That's why we're all.
Colin,
here
you gave her
to support.
anxiety.
That's funny.
No, be happy there are no scenarios like exercises in this class. Like when FEMA builds exercises, it's like the absolute worst case. Like it's the methyl ethyl bad stuff spills next to the old folks home, which also is attached to an elementary school. And the hospital is in your and it's also pouring rain. You can't FEMA builds things to be the absolute worst. The good news is for us, it's not typically that, typically it's not the absolute worst case. So, and it's why we're all here to help. I'm here with the town. Mike is in emergency management. It's why I brought him in is that face-to-face, that getting to know people. We're all invested in Natrona County. We want to see, everything here succeed. And that's the entire purpose of this class is to prepare for that worst case. If Station Fire 2.0 rips off again, we're going to be better prepared this time than we were last time. Whether it's on the operational side, whether it's on the administrative side, whether it's on the EOC side, the elected officials, we're going to be better prepared. We learn from everything. Like I said, this original curriculum was developed 2008, put out in 2009. Before that, it was hey, kind of figure it out. You guys will get it. We'll do, you might have an ICS class or two, but they're like, no, we need to actually build this specific for the senior and elected officials here. So this is repeating a lot of the things we've already said, right? Because it's FEMA and they do that. Initial policy statements. Have you ever seen an initial policy statement to an EOC?
No, and that's because we're usually the ones prodding you guys to get your butts in gear, get in the right place, and get into our system. I can't stress this enough. If you fall into the policy group, you fall into the policy group, don't find work. Work within the system. That one of the meetings that he was talking about, we spent probably 90 minutes of a meeting talking about how far apart tables need to be. That's not a policy group issue. We need to understand if we're going to allow people to sit at tables in your jurisdiction. Okay, yes or no? Yes. In the next week or two? Yes. Okay, let us figure out the rest of the problem set. Because then that's going to free you guys up to be doing what you're supposed to be doing, not worrying about that. When it comes to fires and things like that, the MAC group, the policy group, that's not at the command post either. I ran into this multiple times where we're on scene and we have an elected official at our window. You are directly inhibiting that person from doing their job efficiently. And I could give examples where we're having a conversation over the radio and then elected official jumps on the telephone to try to help out. Good-hearted. I like the initiative, but what I did was skip 3 parts and pieces that elected had no idea was going on. There is a very specific function for this, and look to your EOC officials. Hopefully we got a liaison in place. Look to them for guidance and what's needed. If I could simplify this whole thing, it would be that right there. Learn your positions, learn your position within the system, but make sure that when you're looking at that org chart and all the complications that come with it, that you guys are falling in and doing what is needed and serve in that EOC and in your command structure that you've already put into place. There's one other point I had. Oh, if, and I don't think this would be the case, where you're sitting there as a collective and like, hey, the world's burning. Have you guys heard anything? Like, what's going on? That's just not the case here in Natrona, where we are proactive at reaching out. That's when you reach out to that's when you would initiate. Be like, hey, this looks like it's a big deal. Am I missing something? Or, am I, that's when you start communicating and putting in that initial type stuff. Most likely, we're going to be contacting you first and saying, hey, we got this going on. We think you need to care. We think you need to care. And furthermore, why don't you get the band together? Because we're going to push out some info to you guys here pretty quickly. That'll be that liaison position that hopefully we got our game, high enough at that point. We already got those players in place. That way you don't have to call the fire chief, who's probably already at his wit's end trying to figure out, hey, do I have any, where do I get my callbacks from? Who's here? All of those things. You don't want to bog down those guys. So let's work within this system at this level. And we call it the policy group here. That's an older term. MAC group is the correct term, the current term. Policy groups are what we throw out. That's pretty much what you'll hear, describing the same function.
Yeah, thanks. And like I said, we're very good with our operations around here. There always things to improve, right? Nothing, even that exercise. One of the things we talked about, senior officials, policy group. Hey, let's start doing more training with them. All of that. He's one of the few people I have set on my phone where it doesn't matter what time of the day, what I'm doing. If my phone's in sleep mode, fitness mode, whatever else, I get a call from him or his boss. Like, it is going through. It's vibrating my watch. It's all of that. If we have something, we're typically ramping things up pretty quick here because we are short on people. And we know that, so we want to get it ahead of the game as much as we possibly can. So operational priorities. So these priorities are going to be the exact same no matter what level. This is what we teach to our brand new firefighters. This is what they teach to brand new search and rescue or CERT personnel, all the way up through incident command schools. The only difference is that typically 2 and 3 are swapped. I don't know why FEMA puts, I know it's because it's environment, and they've got their whole environmental side, but the 3 biggest things we always teach are life safety, incident stabilization, property conservation. No matter what the incident is, we go to a wreck on the interstate, we are thinking life safety, incident stabilization, property conservation. Fires, so we use the acronym RECOVS for our priorities. The first R is rescue. Second one is, or the E is exposure. C is contain. Next E is extinguish. Life safety, rescue. Then we get into incident stabilization, and after that we get into conserving property and the environment. Everything we do takes those 3 priorities. It's built into everything in the emergency response world, from search and rescue to fire response to medical response, anything. We think life safety, incident stabilization, property conservation. After that, we start looking at all the others. They added in, and they're really pushing that 4th one of providing for basic human needs, because what they realized about 10 years back is that we're really good at going, you good?
Yeah, nope, just.
Stuff was sore for
yeah.
a second.
We're really good at, going in, saving lives, putting the fire out, maybe doing some overhaul, cleaning up a little bit. But what about that family that just got displaced from that fire? What about all of the, on a search? Well, what about providing basic medical care or helping the families through the mental aspect of what just went on? So that's where they started to really push us to know that basic human needs, And as a firefighter, I may not know how to get a Red Cross check to someone who just lost their house in a fire, but that's where we start leaning on those that do. Whether it's the chief officers there, whether it's emergency management, whether, whomever it might be, we're looking to start providing for those basic human needs. And then there's all those other things that once the incident grows large enough, you start getting additional folks in there. as a liaison officer, like I'm not really focused on the life safety aspect. If I go out with an incident management team, I'm not like my job is not dealing a whole lot with life safety. I might be trying to get resources for life safety. I might be trying to get resources to help stabilize the incident, but my job is really to focus down on here as I'm liaising with everyone, as I'm acting as that filter. The safety officer, on the other hand, the guy with the gal with the desk right across the way from me, they're really focusing on that stuff, and they don't really care about coordinating amongst appropriate stakeholders. That's my job. So these are all different things that we look at, but they all have different folks that are responsible for them.
Colin, I have two questions.
Yeah, go for it.
Two-part question. First question, and maybe you can jump in as well. So in Natrona County, when we're talking about basic human needs and we're talking about getting the resources where they need to go, let's say, for argument's sake, there was a really big emergency. Would Natrona County have the resources just in Natrona to address said emergency, whether it be a flood or a natural disaster of some type? Like, do we have the resources here, or?
So we can manage a lot.
Okay.
We have a lot.
Yes. And
I'm just thinking from like a rural standpoint.
again, I've got the county to county mutual aid agreements in the packets as well.
Mhm.
So we have really good mutual aid within Natrona County. We go into the county all the time. We go into the city of Casper. They come here when we need help. All of that. We also, every county in the state is signed on with county to county mutual aid. So we've been down to Glen Rock to help them with medical calls. When the apartment complex out off of Poison Spider was burning, we had to call for their ladder truck to come up because we needed another aerial platform. So I would say that we can handle most incidents here. Depending on the type, we may be calling for assistance. Just we've got one or we've got two, but we need 4 of said things. Or if we start talking hazmat, things like that, we may just need enough personnel for backfill. We may need specialized resources or specialized pieces of equipment. And so that's where that county to county mutual aid comes in, that agreement that's signed there. What's your input?
When we're kind of trying to answer test questions on a test that we can't, that's not even written yet, right? So I kind of have to dive back a little bit on just history, and that kind of formed my opinion, but we're pretty well equipped in Natrona County to handle a lot. My concern is not so much the amount of things needed, but the duration of the event. So duration is going to kick our butt. If we're working something for multiple days, we are now running out of people who are trained and qualified to keep coordinating that event. We have a lot of folks that are qualified, but that's their secondary duty. That's where you look at, I'll use Chief Malsum for a local example. Like, he is your guys' EM liaison for Evansville, and he pulls a lot of the municipal EM functions, but he's also the fire chief, right? Like, which one do you want him doing more? Right? Like, I like having him as my contact, but he's the fire chief. I want him fire chiefing at a high level. You guys also have Chief Cornett, which is great as an assistant chief. But there's all of these people that are needed to do these things, and we will run as lean as possible, but we can only do that for so long. And that's my biggest concern. It's not so much the second or third ladder, or aerial firefighting apparatus that we need to order. It's who runs that when it gets here. We have a pretty good amount of things for our population base and our risks, but it comes down to the people, the trained people to do it.
Is that an area that we're lacking in the state of Wyoming, is that we just don't have enough trained people or enough professionals to address said duration challenges,
thing.
or is it something else?
I mean, how many fire stations are fully staffed to meet, like the reason ISO ratings are in place, or, or the reason best practices are a thing are there for a reason, right? It's not so much for the blue and the gray sky days today. It's for that, oh crap, that big fire, that big event, that big call. So we can only do so much with what we have. It's not, it's not really just a Wyoming problem. It's a municipal problem as well. And then keeping people, we're also a hardy bunch here in Wyoming. So, my program relies heavily on volunteers. We maintain a roster of about 40 to 50 volunteers that are typed and qualified at our local level and meet our minimum requirements. They get real stir crazy. After a little while, we can only train so much. So then that goes down, so we're so hardy. We don't have these big events, these big disasters. It's also hard to keep people trained and qualified and retain them because they'll just go to another system after they get trained and qualified. Here, and that stepping stone, we lose personnel because of that quite often. So it really is kind of this perfect storm. But my biggest concern is personnel. We'll get what you need. And I kind of always joke on our business card, it should say, like, if we can't get it, you don't need it. Because that's what we tell our IC guys that are asking for stuff. It's like, all right, I can't get it, you don't need it. Figure out another way. We always get it. But it's not the things, it's the people that keeps me up at night. We're going to run a big search. I'll give you 24 hours before I got to figure out a way to reduce my staffing and keep things going. Well, 24 hours on a search, that's nothing. Like if we have a big, flood, big natural disaster, you're going around the clock for days on end. How do we actually do that? I'm calling Utah, I'm calling Colorado, not only, Converse County. But we're pretty hardy here. I say probably every month we send personnel out of Natrona County to assist other counties. So like we're pretty well built, but there's still only so much you can do for so long. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, that's good, because at least in a lot of the meetings that I've been in, the conversation of staffing keeps continuing to come up. It doesn't matter what topic of discussion you're talking about. It's either staffing, or we don't have enough professionals, or we don't have enough people to fill those roles in various different areas.
Yeah.
That's a perfect example of what a policy group involvement comes into. Like, do you want to tell them, do you want to let the chief decide, what uniforms are the right ones? Or do you just want to make sure you have the bodies to put in the uniforms for, right? Like, that's your guys' level. And I have no idea what staffing's like in Evansville. I really don't. I know that you guys do a ton. But I have not been to a fire station yet where they're running full staffing anywhere.
And we're the same in Evansville too.
Yeah, so that's a good example, like what effect can you guys have? Like, how do you rally on that? Law enforcement. But don't just think fire, EMS, law enforcement. Public Works pulls a huge load in these events for us. They're moving, if people can't flush and they can't brush, like civilization crumbles. So, that's a big part in these EOC functions is you're going to see public utilities and things like that because we want to get back to running water and clean streets and trash that's getting collected. And that's all, like, it's not the, things people typically think about when they go after, a natural disaster or a big widespread emergency. Equally as important, staffing at those is, or how many times do you have a guy that's a firefighter or an EMS or a law enforcement guy that also works at public utilities? Like, what do you want him doing? He can do 96 hours here, but is he gonna just change his hat and jump in a, dump truck? Like, or do we have enough people that can do that? And you gotta watch that too. So these are all the things that people don't think about, but those are the mechanics and emergencies that we have to keep tracking at your guys' level for sure.
And even going back to that, was it Cornerstone? Was that the name of those
The
apartments?
fire, yeah.
Yeah, so they're right behind Maverick off of Poison Spire. There's a big apartment complex, went up in flames like March of 22. Used a lot of water. It's the one we call Glenrock for and all of that. We went out the next day and I think I flowed like 20,000 gallons. Just on, again, we went there on mutual aid. They asked for some help and that was just that day. So Mills has a two tower system, 2 water towers. One of them actually got depleted down. I don't know if you knew this, none of us knew it, but if those fill levels go past a certain amount, the EPA has to come in and do a full like survey and investigation and clear the rest of that tower to be refilled. Fire, we're just sitting there trying to get water on the fire. We're trying to knock this fire out. We didn't realize that once it hits that level, Public Works out there was like, you guys need to start pulling from other hydrants because you're about to hit this level where we're going to have to go get this inspection and all that done. We're not going to be able to refill it. So we're trying to scramble. They end up hitting that. Now Mills is down a tower that they can't get refilled for however long until the EPA can come in and do that. So working those policies, kind of working amongst the different agencies, all of that. So there's a lot that goes on. A large incident, it's tough. And like you said, we have folks that get pulled all over in Natrona County all the time to different places, especially on the law side, but hazmat as well. We've got a great hazmat program within Natrona County. We just used them up on Whipsaw about a month or so ago, but they're from another agency. They're a state resource, but they're managed by another agency, and we had to call them in to handle everything. So the other big thing that often gets requested of senior officials is public information and managing public information. So the joint information system I talked about a little bit earlier, that's that system that's trying to coordinate the messaging. The last thing we want is for that incident commander to put out some messaging or to work with the PIO, get a messaging out that says, hey, please, stay away from the, Camp Davis north to like all the way through. Please, everyone stay away from that area. We've got an active incident. And then for a senior official to say, hey, we're going to go, do this march, or we're going to go have this meeting, and we're going to meet, at the corner of Whipsaw and Toll. And us to be like, that's right in the middle of what we're trying to do here. And they're like, yeah, we want to watch it. So the joint information system is where we coordinate that information. And I say that, I use local references, but that sort of thing has happened in other jurisdictions where senior officials try to coordinate a group to come watch and like be involved. And we're like, we need some space here, guys, like especially in Wyoming where wind drives everything. We have a hazmat, we have smoke pouring. All it takes is a quick shift in the wind, and now you guys are right in the smoke there. So I'm not saying you guys would do that, but it was just an example that has happened before. Oftentimes, though, there will be one PIO that's in charge. So the PIO might be the Joint Information Center coordinator, something like that. But the PIO that is in charge of that incident is going to be the one that starts trying to coordinate the message amongst everyone. So if you are tasked with or asked to assist with public information or with messaging, that PIO is going to become your contact. Around here, we use Kiera at the sheriff's office a lot. She's great. She knows her job. She knows a lot of the journalists and reporters in the area. So if we have county entities on an incident with us, we're going to use Kiera for a lot of things. County Fire's got some great PIOs. We've got a whole cache of them within our department where we manage some of that that's put out. But typically the agency with responsibility for the incident, so if it's in Evansville, it's going to be Evansville Fire, Evansville PD, or if it's in the county, it's going to be sheriff's office, county fire, it might be emergency management. They're going to determine, hey, who's going to run the messaging on this? And once we determine that, then everything that agency or that PIO starts with for messaging is going to be what everyone else copies. And so again, I might get up and front of the news and, I look disheveled and I didn't shave this morning. So I saw that when I went and was washing my hands, but like people are going to look at me and be like, I'm not taking anything that guy says seriously. Like, look at him. Looks like a doofus. We get an elected official up there, we get someone up there that can portray that confidence that people say, hey, like they're the ones that are actually in charge here. I'm Joe Blow off the street that happens to have a cool helmet. You guys are the ones that have actually been elected here. they're going to take your messaging a lot more seriously than they're going to take our messaging. And so that's why we put together these joint information systems to start trying to coordinate that information. During COVID, the information that the Joint Information Center was putting out, that all of the agency PIOs were putting out, had or was completely undone by a senior official that went to their own private pages and started saying, no, don't do that, do this. Don't do that, do this. Don't do that, do this. But because that person had been elected, because they were their folks that, or someone that people followed, it created a massive headache for us trying to manage the operations of what was going on. It was not a fun day.
Appointed official.
Yeah, I guess that one was appointed, but people knew who they were, and they were able to. They had a large following online, so they were able to do that. Speaking to the press is not fun for anyone. Like I said, I've taken all the classes back east, like done all that. I still don't like doing it. I'd rather put out a news release or something like that. Sometimes it's a part of the job. You guys are elected officials, right? You have to face the public. That's something that because we're short personnel, because there's a chance I might be the riding backseat on the engine on like going out to the incident. I may not be available to manage that for Evansville. We may not have a PIO available, and they may say, hey, can we get an elected official? Hey, can we get someone else to speak to this and start getting that information out? And that's where you guys are just, nobody can touch the power that an elected official has. It doesn't matter how cool our helmet or our hat is, how salty or cool we're looking, like covered in ash, dirt, smoke, whatever else it is. We can't even touch the sort of authority that you guys have over a jurisdiction, and that's why we like putting you guys in that, because people are going to respect what you say. They're going to take what you say very seriously, but we want to make sure that we're not just hanging you out there to dry either. That we're not just putting you out there and saying, hey, will you talk about this incident? Go. That we're going to give you, hey, that this is the messaging we're really looking to get out. These are the points. In the Joint Information Center during COVID, we were putting together talking points for all of the officials that were coming in, those that were speaking on it. Some wanted a teleprompter, so we had a teleprompter set up for them. Some wanted just talking points, things that we wanted them to hit. We were doing that. So on a large scale incident, you work with that PIO, whoever we say is in charge of that. And chances are, because it's one of the trainings we go through as PIOs, is how to put together a lot of those different types of things. If you're one, you want that teleprompter. If you've never read off a teleprompter, it's a little weird. But you can say, hey, can you get me a teleprompter? All we did was we had an app with a big TV that did it. Or say, hey, can I get just the talking points? Okay, do you have the talking points in paragraph format, or do you want them in short sentence format? We can adapt our messaging for your needs based on what you guys would be looking for with it. So
Here's what I'll say on the PIO side. Like, the reality of there are no full-time politicians in Trump County, right? You guys are all also doing your own businesses and your own professional careers. What that creates is a situation where you guys are usually trying to get up to speed on something that's going on. You're already delayed with information. So we try to make sure that you guys have that information as quick as possible. But you'll already have a contact with some reporter that has talked to you about, hey, you guys are, changing the stop sign colors from red to yellow. Why? So they already have your cell phone number. They already have, oh, you own this business. We're going to go talk to you here, right? Like, I'm going to caution you on that. Sure, it's your right. You're an elected official. You can talk to them. But the PIOs in this county work really hard to make sure that there is accurate, timely information available for the public. If you can partner with them and work within the efforts that they're already undertaking, you'll be a lot more, your information will be accurate and timely because you won't have to go looking for it. It'll be available to you. The flavor of PIOs that you're going to get in these incidents, they're probably going to try to just handle the messaging for you, which is really nice. You don't have to make big statements. You don't have to stand up there and get grilled and be ready. that's not some weird subversive tactic. That's all they're doing. That is what they've eaten and slept on for the last 3 days. They're going to have that information on hand. Not saying that they're, going around you. It's just that's what, like, they are ready and at the ready to do it. Right now, there's one full-time PIO in local agencies, and that's our PIO, Kira. We're going to add the second one back when PD hires their full-time PIO. Everybody else, that's a secondary duty for them. So that means that they're going to be a firefighter first or a law enforcement officer first, and then they're going to be a PIO. So that does create a little bit of a delay, and I know you guys don't have any full-time PIOs. So that's going to be something that you can come to us through emergency management and say, hey, do you guys have any messaging that's going out? And we'll get you plugged in with Kira and make sure that things are flowing in a unified format. Work within that system. Let it work for you. Don't try to fight it, because most likely, if you're countering the information we're putting out, you're probably incorrect. And I'll say that kind of with a little bit of arrogance, but that's because we got really good PIOs, and they really are on top of the game. So, like, do you want to be incorrect publicly or not? Because that's up to you guys. If there's a difference of opinion, let's talk about it. Our command staff, like, they're all good people. We're all neighbors here in Wyoming. So, like, we don't have to get into these contentions that you'll see, in some of your other handouts and stuff.
And
We're really good in the PIO world here.
a great example, so these guys have worked really hard on the ready, set, go evacuation notices. So the red, yellow, green, ready, set, go, they put out messaging every year about it, what that process looks like, what each of those means. So if we get out there and we say, hey, this area needs to evacuate, like, it's pushing the message out, but these guys have worked really hard, and the citizens know ready, set, go. So why should we be reinventing the wheel when they've done that work? Use that evacuation. Say, this neighborhood, these streets, this area, you are now in the go stage. Go. Like, you're not in ready, you're not in set. Like, these guys work very hard. Those PIOs, they do a lot of that work. And so remember, it's a system. So the Joint Information System, it's not that facility. It's, you might be asked to go to a Joint Information Center, depending on the type of the incident, but it's the system. It's how we all work together. You've seen this graphic before, right? This is just showing the command versus the coordination. It's the same thing. As the incident grows, we start coordinating with all of these offsite entities. So again, senior officials role, it's very diverse. It all is going to depend on the type of incident. We have a lot that goes on. You may be asked to help with policy. You may be asked to help with monetary spendings. You may be asked to help with public information. So there's a lot that goes on, but you guys just have to be adaptable. And so that's the whole point of this class, is to really just work on how do we, sorry, I'm trying to get the next unit pulled up here real quick. How do we just make sure that everyone is ready to go? And if you've gotten anything out of this class, I hope it's the coordination side. It's that our goal, no offense, our goal is to keep incidents from getting to your level. Our goal is to not have to call you and be like, hey, there's this incident going on. This is occurring. Our goal is to try to handle things as much as we can in-house, to where you guys are like, hey, nice job, we like that, or we heard good things about this. Our goal is not to make you guys live in this world over and over and over. You guys didn't ask to be a forester on the Medbo for BLM or the Forest Service. You guys are elected officials of the town of Evansville, Wyoming. So the last real unit here is on preparedness. So it's a shorter unit, and Mike's going to get in on this one a little bit more. But everything we do until an incident occurs is preparedness. And so we're going to kind of look at what is your role in helping us with that. So we use the whole community preparedness idea. It's kind of like what we talked about earlier. The more prepared we are at the individual level, the less we have to reach out to others, right? The more, anyone here ever heard of the Waffle House Index? So Waffle House, the restaurant, open 24/7, 365. I don't go down south or without typically hitting one up. I'm in Alabama a decent amount anymore, but well, yeah, Colorado's got them now. So they built that because most of their restaurants are in hurricane-based areas. They built a whole preparedness plan. And so they have limited menus. So that within each of their facilities, there's a whole box of stuff that says, all right, if we don't have power, here's what we can still make. If we don't have water service, here's what we can still make and provide. So they've gone through and they have all this. They've got a whole emergency operations center where when hurricanes start like popping up in the ocean and they start looking at the trajectories, they'll start moving people different places. They'll start moving equipment different places. Their goal is to be up as fast as they can and to continue to provide meals, because whether it's for the citizens or the responders, that might be the only food available in the area. I don't know if you've ever seen what happens when a Walmart loses power, but a lot of the Walmart store ends up having to, or being a loss that they have to get rid of a lot of that food. It's almost eerie when you walk into one after that. But Waffle House's goal is for that to not happen. So FEMA started, or actually it was when Craig Fugate was the administrator of FEMA, developed this thing where if all of the, or they'd look at a region and if the Waffle Houses were fully open 24/7, serving a full menu, the Waffle House index for that area was green. If they were either serving a limited menu or weren't open 24/7, it was yellow. And if the Waffle Houses were closed, it was red. So they get a lot of information, like, you know, they're monitoring a lot of different things, but it was another point of information for them to see in it because Waffle House is very, very prepared. They've got a great background, and that like they know what is going on there. So FEMA can use that as a gauge. All right, how bad is it in this area? If the Waffle House index is red, we know that, all right, it's bad in this area. It's another piece of information. And they're getting that information directly from Waffle House's Emergency Operations Center. So it all goes back to preparedness. Home Depot is another great one. They've got a great, as much as I don't like Home Depot, they've got a great emergency plan. They've got a great continuity of operations plan. So preparedness starts at the individual level. And that's we did the whole fire safety thing with all the posts last year for Evansville fire, teaching people how to be safe from fires in their homes. It starts at that individual level. And it's a whole thing. We look, the first thing we do is we start to identify and assess our risks. What do we see? What do we know are our overall risks? Then we start determining what capabilities we need to address those risks, building those plans to address that. And so that's where these guys come in. That's where we work very closely with them. Over the next few months, you'll start hearing about like wildfire mitigation risks, how people could clean up around their homes. Campbell County just did one, and I got a call from one of my cousins who sat on it, in on it. She was right up on the Montana border. She is sure her place is going to burn down now because she sat through this class on how to like mitigate her ranch for fires. And so guess what? I'm going to go up there in a few weeks and spend some time and just clear trees and do some work for it because she sat through and realized. So now I went to Archie. So I'm like, hey, we should do this. Like, you know, that scared her, like, and all that. Like, maybe it can help us clean up some of our wildfire risk area. It's something that the county fire department has started to push as well. So we identify that risk and we start building those plans. How are we going to address that? And then once we figure out how we're going to address that, we still have to determine what's that execution going to look like. So we look at policies, plans, procedures, everything else to kind of determine what is or what needs to be addressed. You guys sitting in this class, this is a preparedness activity, right? This is you guys becoming more prepared to handle your role as a senior official should an incident occur. Every time you see us over there training, every time the PD is down training, they're doing something. Even if it's just driving around doing area familiarization, that is a preparedness activity for our job. That is us. I did it last week. Took a guy out on the rescue and said, all right, take me to this address. Take me to this address. Take me to this address. That's a preparedness activity on the individual, on the department level. Other preparedness activities might be issuing emergency kits to folks, working to get fire or smoke detectors, working to get CO detectors out to folks. What are some of the others you guys do? Some of the bigger ones?
Preparedness wise,
Yeah.
our biggest, I mean, from the sheriff's office side, we do a lot of education side of it. I can tell you right now, we're looking, we're getting ready to go RFP out for a community wildfire preparedness plan update. It has been updated since 2014, so it's 11 plus years old at this point. That plan is going to encompass municipal areas of Evansville as well as Mills and Casper and non-incorporated areas of the county. Like, these are things that we're going to do that all you guys have to do is partner with us on. You guys, I mean, you guys got a great fire department. It's easy for them to participate. You guys don't get in their ways, in their way when it comes to that stuff. But that's one of the biggest things as far as preparedness goes that you guys should do is listen to what they have to say on that. And it's very simple, like, hey, do we need to care about this, yes or no? And then if they say yes, let them do that. And then when we come to you with that plan and say, okay, this is just like the EOP, which I know is coming up in the next slide. I have to go here in 2 minutes, so I want to kind of jump a couple thoughts on these slides that he's going to cover. But the EOP was well attended. Your guys' law enforcement agency, your guys' fire agency, your guys' public works all contributed to this plan. And then it came in front of you guys for adoption last year. So resolution number 7, 2024 was your guys' local resolution to adopt that. Like, preparedness is allowing your guys' existing structures to participate in these trainings, participate in these planning and efforts, mitigation efforts, which is another component. But and then once that plan comes to you, read it, go through it, understand it. There was some questions on it. I came down, sat, at this table for, I don't know, an hour and a half. We went through it. I mean, it was fine. I'll do that over and over again if you guys want. We'll avail ourselves to you guys.
You have some copies, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, you guys have access to the EOP. It is on a thumb drive. I did bring a couple extras, but there's a checkout. Like, it's kind of confidential. But Chief Molsom has a printed copy if you're of the tactile nature. And then there is digital copies that I can make available to you guys and that are already here somewhere in your world of USB drives and IT network. There is a copy of the county EOP, Emergency Operations Plan. And then follow that plan, understand that plan, know about it, because that preparedness part of it is huge. And then when we come up with these things like the CWPP, the Community Wildfire Preparedness Plan, Protection Plan, participate in it. Cut your fire chief loose. If he needs extra time, give him extra time. Do things like that on it, because that's going to have a direct impact on your guys' resilience as a community. And if we can get ahead of it and start talking mitigation, we might be asking for, I don't know how many hours to go through and cut, send utility public works with a mower along a certain stretch. Like, that's going to come out of plans like that. And then if we can go through and turn that into action, now we're looking at mitigation efforts that'll directly impact. I'll use Barnett as an example. They got a grant to staff up extra workers to do literally just brush clearing in strategic areas based on their wildfire mitigation. Well, not within a year, I'm standing there watching fire burn up to their line and hitting fences. The flames were hitting fences. But because they had that particular area mowed the way that they had it, they didn't lose. Once it catches a structure in fire like that, you're looking at situations like Colorado, where now houses and wildfire things are burning together. But because they went through and looked at it with the preparedness mindset, they were able to strategically clear some of that brush and that growth. I think you guys have a similar program as well, or I can't
I
remember
know
what
Mills does.
what's that?
I know Mills does.
Yeah, I don't know
A
how.
lot of times for us, it's just on duty folks going
Yeah.
and saying, "Hey, we're gonna go do this. We noticed this. We're gonna go."
And as a policy group, that's the change you guys can really affect is supporting that and participating in those programs. And right now we're getting, that plan, we're gonna hire a consultant, through our office and get that done. All we need is your guys' participation and then ultimately your endorsement and through adoption of it, when it's completed. Never ran into a roadblock with you guys or any of the previous councils. So I get no reason to believe, that's gonna occur again, but just participating in that culture is gonna pay off for your community and your constituents.
So I know you guys made comment about you guys been wanting to try to do this meeting for over a year and a half. Was there something that wasn't allowing you to, or what? I mean, I'm
No,
pretty
it's-
new to this, and so that's why I was just like, I was asking
It was more just scheduling,
of
trying to find
scheduling.
between my schedule and your guys' schedule, and then getting or with the election, the having it and then immediately having the turnover, and just trying to find a good point in time there, and then it with everything else kind of hit the back burner of things, and we had that exercise in March, and that's when I was like, all right. We've kind of gotten through all of that. Like my schedule's a little more open. Let's see. And so I got hold of the mayor and we kind of figured out this time. But we tried a couple times, just trying to get schedules to line up with this many folks can be tough, especially. I mean, you guys are all volunteering your time, like
Right, yeah, that's where I was
so-
I was kind of curious on like how that all worked of just like,
So it's one of those that it's the crux of Wyoming emergency response and management, like people and time. That's sat in an exercise last week up in Buffalo, and that's what they were saying. People and time. That's our biggest issue, and it's everywhere. Like he said, we've got the fire department across the way that's half full time, half part time or volunteer. Depending on the day, like it might be, hey, I can give you a couple hours here, but I have to get to the paying job. I got to get to the other side of it. That is actually the rest. An employer is really good typically at letting you go for a day. Like, hey, something big is happening. Like I got to go. And like, yeah, but when you start saying, hey, I'm gonna be gone for another day. I'm gonna be gone for another day. That's when I get it from a management standpoint. They're like, what? Come on, like. Same thing here. Like I'm taking time out of your guys' day for this. Like this is, you guys could all be at your other jobs doing your other thing. And I try to be respectful of that. So.
And what's nice about this is you guys are coming at this from a preparedness standpoint. This whole last unit is talking about being proactive. Like we are not here doing obituary-based planning, right? Like that's the worst kind of planning and unacceptable in my line of work, right? Like you guys are submitting your time to be, educated on this type stuff. So if we continue this, which historically we have, and I don't anticipate any problems moving forward, like we're going to be a lot better off and we're going to be able to do a lot more with a lot less, which is kind of what we've been doing, in Wyoming. There's only so many people. Cumulatively, I think we plan on 80,000 people for Natrona County as a whole. That's usually our target numbers is 80,000. It's a little high, but when you think of that, and then how many of those are in emergency services or that would be helping with disaster response, like it's not that much. So we want to keep everybody with a high level of knowledge of the systems and the processes. And as we go through this, and you guys are taking your time to prepare like this, I think turning it into a part of the culture of your guys' tenure, will be of great benefit to your community. And hopefully it's a lot of work for nothing, right? Like that's fine, but we're still going to have to do it. We're still. What's that?
I said, yeah, I had no idea that this was even something part of it until we got that initial email, and I'm like, well, yeah, I think this is a great class to take. And then sitting in on it, and I'm going, hot damn, this is a lot of shit that
Yeah.
had no idea was part of this.
Well, and
And
I
which
put
is-
that article about LA in there about, I mean, that the LA mayor is facing significant backlash about how she handled the LA fires that happened in January, and the management of the LA Fire Department and up to that point and how she had done that, and then like the actions that were taken during and the policy like changes that happened during the fire itself. Like there's significant backlash because of that, and so it as much as you hate to say, like it could affect your reelectability is how an incident gets managed, and I don't want to put that on as a scare or anything, but there were decisions made that leading up to and during that are, I mean, you can read the article, are not super positive for her. And so
Have we had any incidences in the past so many years that you guys are actually having to reach out to council and that kind of stuff? I know I'm new on it, but that's one of those,
This
like,
isn't
I don't
reaction-
feel like that has much been, but.
Now, this isn't reactionary, but I'll tell you every incident. I mean, I just have my personal stories with electeds at my door, getting in the way and doing things like that.
Right.
But this isn't a reactionary class. This is definitely proactive in that regard.
and we had the tabletop a few weeks ago. Like I said, as the liaison, a lot of my job is talking with electeds. And I was sitting there at one of the injects, or the unified command team was like, hey, we need to prepare talking points for the governor's office, all of this. And I didn't have a governor's office, person to talk to for the exercise or anything. I'm just kind of making it up. But that was like, hey, let's, get this back. And when, the next time we have a tabletop exercise or a functional, we'll, knowing that, you guys have this background now and you guys are involved, like it will invite and say, hey, do you guys want to come, whether it's watch the exercise and see how things are managed, or, Mayor Machado came up to the live burn at the fire department. If you want to just get back to like the type 5, type 4 incident level, like that, just seeing how that's managed, seeing how that's run. And the more those incidents grow, the more we're going to be asking for that help. And we'll, on the next incident, it might be that I'm looking to you and saying, hey, this is an exercise, we're working on this, but, for the exercise, I need to communicate this with you. I need to talk to you about some public some public messaging. How, what do you think of this messaging, or how, if I was preparing talking points for you, how do you want them structured? Or, hey, the incident commander would like to meet up with you at this time. Is that something that works for you? All a part of the exercise, but it's letting me exercise those parts. It's letting you guys work, like actually receive that call and be like, oh, all right, like let's figure this out. Let's go through the exercise process. And that's something that we try to do at least once, if not 2-3 times a year. Our exercises around here, countywide, we're trying to build that incident management team back up. So we're doing more of those sort of things, trying to get people into those qualified positions. We'll talk about credentialing and all of that here in a sec, but it's a whole process, and it's really never ending, because one of the most qualified people that has ever come through this county, dude was a chief for 30 plus years. He's no longer with the departments that he was with. And so now we're having to look for other people that, hey, do you have experience with this? So we're all trying to figure this out and build those programs up and build that entire effort, whether it's, for the big fire, the big flood, the, Alcova Dam breaks or something else, like we're ready to go. We can hit it head on. So
Last thing I'll say before I leave, my boss and I typically won't come to you. We're gonna go to Chief Malsom. You guys have designated him as our contact. So we're gonna go to him. We'd ask you, same thing, if you guys need something from us, try Chief Malsom first. If that doesn't work, feel free to reach out. If you guys wanna see more about emergency management, come ask questions, see our neck of the woods, and
come do a day in the life of the deputy
Yeah.
emergency
Yeah.
manager.
it's all spreadsheets, moving boxes, or arts and crafts. I have to do every one of those every day at some point, and that's how I get paid. But this world is rarely seen. When we start talking about preparedness, we deal in preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. Most people just think about the response portion of it. But the preparedness and mitigation and recovery phases, emergency services do every day. So if you guys want to learn more about that, see more about that, reach out to Chief Leo, and he'll set up a time we can visit more face to face. We can split it up so it doesn't have to be formal work sessions, just so you guys, not only as an appointed or an elected official, but also as just a citizen within Natrona County, see how we do it. We'll show you around and talk to you all day about it. And then, God forbid, when the disasters happen, because they happen all the time, if you guys see us, if you have questions, let us know. We're not going to fight you guys. We don't want to fight you guys. The LA County stuff that's the stuff you're seeing. I'm a political refugee from California originally. So I know how all of that contention amongst those services goes. You just don't get that here. We're not going to fight with you guys. We're going to work with you guys. And then ultimately, it's too small of a neighborhood. You guys are living right alongside of us. We want everything to go well for everybody. So we make that commitment to you guys. If you work with us, we're going to continue working with you. So any questions before I leave?
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, I'd like to stay longer. I just
And we're
gotta
not
go to
gonna
City of Casper now. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. So most of the rest of the slides from or in this unit actually come from other courses. So if it looks kind of weird, that's why. But again, we're kind of talking about those preparedness activities. One of them is establishing resource management systems. We've got a great one here in Natrona County with dispatch. Our dispatch can track all of our resources. They're great at what they do. But there's agencies that don't have that, which is why this slide is in here. But when it comes to large scale incidents, we can't just think about us. We have to think about volunteers. What happens when we get volunteers that show up? Anyone remember the Joey Peterson search 2019 out off Hat 6? So I was out on that. I was working with him. We were in the command post. We start seeing vehicles roll in one morning. We didn't realize that a call had been put out for volunteers. So we had our search and rescue teams and all of that. We didn't realize that they had called for volunteers without us knowing. We had 100+ people show up that we were not expecting that day. Yeah. And there was snow on the ground, all of this. And we're like, all right, here comes some management.
I remember that.
Yeah, so we're pulling out forms where we put the problem in a box and then looked around and said, it was him and I. I'm like, we got nobody to assign this box to. We were like calling the Red Cross and they're like, yeah, we could be out there probably 30, 45 minutes. And we're like, all right, so we got to manage this problem for 30 to 45 minutes before we can hand that off to someone. All right, let's set them up. And so that's what him and I did one morning was we set up a resource management system for volunteers, making sure we got names, date of births, emergency contacts, all of that for everyone so that we were ready to go and manage that. We had to think about what's the demo process like. I can tell you when we go out on wildland fires across the country, when you see, hey, brush 12's going to Colorado, brush 12's going to Gillette, wherever, I've been all the way out to the Oregon coast. When we show up, we go through a check-in process. They do a full inspection of us, all of our gear, our truck. And then when we demo, we want to do the same thing. So if we have resources coming in here, we want to do that as well. We want to know, as bad as it sounds, did they come in with bald tires so that they could say, hey, look, I used up my tires on your incident. Will you buy me more tires? Did they come in with that crack in the windshield or did it actually occur on the incident? Those sort of things, it happens. The reason it's in here is because people have done it. They try to say, what can we get out of this incident when we go there? And I'll be one of the first to admit, when we go somewhere, they've got the big, the pallets of cases of water and Gatorade and all that. Bet your butt, we're sitting there yep, we need, we came in with 4 cases of water. Yeah, we're going to leave here with 4 cases of water and 2 of Gatorade. We make sure we get what we went in there with. And anything that we went in there with that we use that we can't get back, that's where that finance side comes in. So whether we blow a turbo, if we need a new tire. Last year I was down in Colorado. We were camping out on a fire and my wicked storm came through. I had moved my stuff that morning so that they some of the trucks could get through. hadn't put it back weatherproof, and so like my tint got destroyed. They gave me money for a new tint. So stuff like that. They're gonna make sure that, you know, what we come in with is what we leave with. What we leave with is what we came in with. Communications and information systems, protocols, procedures. Like I said, the feds are going to default to Teams because it's what they know, it's what they use. The radios, when it comes to radios, we're really good with that. There's a whole national interoperability guide, big thick binder that says these are all the frequencies across the country. If you ever listen to the scanner locally, we always default TAC. Well, here it's TAC 10, TAC 11, TAC 12. Casper starts at TAC 4, TAC 5, TAC 6 because of the way our radios are set up. That's planning. That's a plan that has been put into place prior to, where we know what happens when we go somewhere and we're told, hey, you're on TAC 6 or tactical channel 6. We know how to get you TAC 6 and we're ready to go. And then maintaining and replacing that. The siren right out here. He can set that off from his office. Every year they test it, right? They test the sirens all around the county. They've got a budget for replacing those. We have a budget for replacing radios. We know what the lifespan of a radio is. We know how or what it costs to get those maintained. We know, all of that, everything that goes in with that. We know the different types of radios, how we communicate. So all of that goes into our communication and information systems. We talked about training, credentialing, and exercising. Like I said, just because we do it on the small local level, someone is in command of a fall on or someone's house, doesn't mean that same person is qualified to run a big Type 1 wildland fire. There's a training process, that training budget, seeing what the training process looks like, going to classes. I teach this sort of stuff across the nation, and I've had students from all over the world come through and take these classes that are preparing them. Their classes are a lot more about controlling and managing resources, thinking through objectives, strategies, tactics, using that tactics to then build their resource management cycle. But that's something that we do, something that everyone goes through. Every full-time person over there across the way has been through those classes. They know how to manage that. We look at specialized trainings. Again, I'm an investigator. The investigative side is what I love. I'm going to go to the East Coast once a year for at least a week to train, to learn from the greatest ones out there, to learn from those who have thousands and thousands and thousands of fires, to see what they know. Learning about incident management practices, going to those exercises where we do more and more of those every year. Mike is what we call a master exercise practitioner. Went to classes, went through all of the training process, did the right tasks to become certified as a master exercise practitioner. And after that, just because we go and do it doesn't mean that we're done. We get evaluations. I've got a whole folder of evaluations on me for years and years. Every incident I've gone on, getting evaluations from folks who know the job, who have done it, and can say, hey, yeah, they're good. They're good at that. They're not so good at this. They need some work there. After incidents, we typically do a debrief. No offense, but the boots on the ground debrief, we don't typically want senior officials out. We want that open communication, right? We want to be able to talk through things, and then we'll do a big after action meeting. So that first one, the debriefing, they have to call it a debriefing here. We call it a hot wash. It comes from Vietnam era, the soldiers when they do a quick rinse of their gun when it was literally still hot. But it was a way to try to get some of the dirt and grime off of it fast before they would take it back and do a thorough cleaning. So the hot wash is that quick kind of down and dirty one. Mayor Machado saw how that can sometimes not or go or be a little bit rough at one of our trainings or those live burns, but it's a chance for us to be open, honest. Hey, this is exactly what I'm thinking right now. And then later on, we do that after action meeting where we get some of those senior officials in. We have everyone kind of talking through what went well, what didn't. We typically ask, what was our scenario, or what were we faced with? What did we set out to do? What actually happened? Why did that happen? And then what sort of changes will we make for the future? So that's that kind of debriefing or that after action. If it's a big incident, we'll also produce after action reports. Where it's a document. It's kind of like the manual there, but it goes through all of those details. It talks about all of those details, and we can actually say and put that into place. A lot of those get published online. I'm a big reader, so I love reading after action reports from folks. That's why I was talking with that Boulder County EM a few days ago. But we're looking at all those details. The October 1 shooting in Vegas, the Route 91 Harvest Festival from 2017. If you want to read a great after action report, just search October 1 after action report. It's an amazing one. And they talk about what went well in the response, how did law enforcement and fire work well together? What didn't go well? How did the private ambulances work together? What didn't go well for them? So we don't typically publish a lot of those around here because our incidents are smaller. But when we get the real big ones, like COVID, things like that, we'll produce an actual like physical document, after action report that just says all that. What went well, what didn't. And at the end, we have an action list that says, all right, these are the changes that we need to make. And then just like anything in ICS, you start assigning them. You say, all right, we have these changes we want to make. We're going to assign those on these people, and we're going to come back in a year, or we're going to come back at this time, and we're going to discuss those changes. What have we done? I loved that October 1 one because they actually went through and said, these are the areas that this action item meets. So public information officer. These are the action items for public information officers. We took that to a PIO meeting here and said, hey, this is what they found in Vegas. These are the action items that they came up with. Why don't we address those now as a preparedness function rather than a after action function or something like that? So that was one of those ways we were able to use what they learned and make improvements for us. So those are some of the additional resources. When it comes to ICS training, if you guys want to learn more about that, you can talk to me afterwards. Also, if you want to go online, ICS classes, so they're all based on the hundreds. So 100, 200, 700, and 800. Those are the online self-guided, like it takes you through kind of the process. At the hospital, anytime we had someone as a manager, we made them take at least 100 and 700. One deals with NIMS, one deals with the incident command system. 200 and 800, those are kind of the next ones in the series. Next time we have the big in-person ones, the 3s and the 4s. We can get you guys on the distribution list for that if it's something that interests you. There's all sorts of trainings out there. This is, like I said, the only one really directed towards senior officials and electeds, but it's because a lot of the command and control stuff doesn't really apply to you guys. When I got to Unit 3 and we were talking about that, it's like I'm sitting there like let's just get through these because this is not your guys' role. It's important for you to know that. But it's also why we don't make you sit through those classes. If you want to learn about it, great. Like I'll take you through it. I'll show you all of that if you want. But this is your role. You guys are that. Hey, we have a problem that we can't fix. We need that next level of help. Like I said, things flow up in the incident command system. And after that incident commander can't deal with it, you guys are that next level. If the EOC can't deal with it, you guys are that next level above all of it. And so that's where. It might be a policy, it might be a financial, it might be a preparedness thing. Hey, we want money for this training or this mitigation plan. And it's going to cost this money up front, but it might save us from having a type 1 incident that's costing us millions and millions and millions of dollars because we didn't have the mitigation things in place for it. So that's the end of this unit. The last unit, Unit 7, is just some review slides. So, don't think it's very many of them. So it's typical FEMA. One of the other classes that we teach, there's a group of us that we're teaching it online from across the country, and we actually put in a bid to rewrite it. When it came up, and we were like, hey, we teach this on a weekly basis. Most people might teach it once or twice a year. We had an online system running where we were teaching it on a weekly basis, and we told people, we're like, look, we know this content inside and out. We know where your misspellings are. We know where your formatting got off on the slide. Let us be here's our bid, let us rewrite it. But because we didn't have the experience in writing curriculum, they wouldn't go with us. We're like, but we taught the curriculum more than anyone. But So the course summary, it's literally 4 slides here. We talked about the National Incident Management System. Remember, that's that thing that Presidential Directive 5 says that we must use. So they took it from FireScope back in the day and said, hey, we're going to use this to manage all incidents. And a lot of it honestly came out of 9/11. They looked at the response to 9/11 and said, how can we make this more streamlined, more coordinated, and better all over? And so they said, hey, we're going to make sure everyone's using the National Incident Management System. It's broken down into those 3 components: resource management, command and coordination, communications, and information management. What we talked about for 98% of the class today was the command and coordination. We talked about how do we actually manage incidents. You can take classes in communication, information management, resource management, all of that. We talked about the management characteristics. We went through all 14 of them. Remember, common terminology was one, that modular system, whether it's a small little ambulance only incident or whether it's a massive fire, we use the same system. We just scale it based on what we need. It's a top-down system. So if that incident commander, if they don't delegate a role out, then it falls to that role. So like I've talked a lot about like type 1 incident management teams. Those are those ones with 100 to 150 people. Locally, we have a type 3 team. So it's really about 14 of us total that can go in and manage an incident. Like I said, we're trying to build it up, try to make it a little bit better, but we don't have a whole lot of people. That's why we manage the smaller incidents. But those incidents don't typically need the 100. So it's all scalable based on what we need. You still need an incident management team, but you don't want 100 or even the 75 people or 50 people from a type 2. A type 3 team is a great one to fill those roles. We talked about each of those command and general staff roles. It's not something that you guys are going to have to know, like, hey, this is what the logistics chief does. This is what the finance chief does. It's just kind of a good idea to know what the overall process, what that flow looks like. We talked about emergency operations centers. Might kind of talk to you about how they manage or how they run theirs, what that might look like, how you guys might coordinate with them. We talked about the MAC group, the interconnectivity, or kind of the coordination of you guys with everyone else. So whether it's the liaison officer, whether it's the EOC, whether it's the PIO, it's just going to depend on the needs of the incident. Whenever we're doing exercises, or I was up in Gillette at one earlier last week, and there was a bomb threat thing, and they start going down the what if scenario, or the what if rabbit hole, we call it. What if this, what if this, what if this, what if this, and suddenly we build this absolute worst case scenario. And the thing is, we try to keep the principles overarching. You guys may have to communicate or do a lot of different things. It's not hey, I need to be prepared for a wildland fire, or I need to be prepared for a massive flood. It's what tasks might be asked of me, because it doesn't matter what the incident is, we're going to use, or we're going to be doing that task. If it's a hazmat incident, you're still going to have to be doing evacuation messaging just like you would a wildland fire. The task itself doesn't change. The only difference is what you put in is the incident type. We talked kind of about those interconnectivities between everyone, between everything, and making sure that, if our incident is saying something, if our incident PIO is saying something, there's probably a good reason for that. Let's not go out and say something different, or do something, or put out your own messaging that might be that might be argumentative to what the incident itself is putting out. Sorry. Then we also talked about preparedness, and preparedness is everything. This is preparedness. Making sure your windshield wipers work before we get into the spring storm season, that's preparedness. Sending people to trainings, that is preparedness. Signing and reading the county emergency operations plan, that is a preparedness activity. Everything we do to become better, more efficient, more effective at our jobs is a preparedness activity, and that's the blue sky, gray sky sort of things that we can do to make sure that we're ready to go. So that is the end of the class. I think we're right at almost 4 hours, almost on the dot. So like I said, I talked with the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security and was able to get certificates made up. So, yep.
Thank you.
Oh, and I think I put one for Janelle in case she sat in. But So, and again, if you guys want to talk more, I can hang out and we can talk about some of the ICS classes. I know they've got court in here in about an hour or so, but I'm going to be getting out, moving some of my stuff. But thank you for being here. Like you said, nobody else, none of the other elected bodies have really gone through this yet. But it's something that we're trying to get out there more. It's 4 hours. We can adapt it. We can do it in a lot of different ways. Hopefully, if you guys go talk with other electeds, you can tell them about how it was. If you have questions on any of the things I passed out there, like I said, I have the inter-county mutual aid agreements. That kind of shows you how, hey, we put our liability information in there. We put our unemployment and workers' comp information in there so that if Commerce County right now calls up and says, hey, LaBarge drainage is, that might be a too politically bad or nasty one right now. But if Sheridan County calls and says, hey, Powder River's ripping and roaring and just took out all this, we need more help. Can you guys send help? Guess what? All we have to do is say, yeah. Yep, we're going. We've got everything figured out already. We use the white sky, the blue sky, the gray sky times to put things like this together so that when the black sky time comes in and things are hitting the fan, that all we have to say is, yes, where do you want me? How do I talk with you? And we can, we know what we're doing. And that's just on the Wyoming level. We've got agreements like that in different manners all the way across the country. So I have that in there. I attached some of an example of the county declaration of emergency from the flooding from a few years ago, just so you can kind of see what that looks like. That article about the LA mayor, what that, some of the stuff that she's facing over that look like. And then our current town statutes or town ordinances about just creating your emergency services. What that statutory authority, the police department is hereby created for the town, hereinafter referred to as the department. Position of the police chief is hereby created. That right there is the statutory authority for you guys saying we have a police department and this is the police chief who's going to run it. It's right there. If someone else, we get a large incident, somebody else has to come in, somebody with more management authority. That's where you start getting into the other types of authority. But it's a way for you guys to kind of see and look at what we as a town itself has. So, any other questions? Hopefully I didn't scare you too much.
No, thanks for putting this on.
Yeah.
I think it was lots of educational stuff going back and forth with it. I thought no, it's over there.
There.
Yeah. We can